Very certified. Bana. What up, Black Knight? How you doing, big dog? Very certified though. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Sup, Mouse Man? What up, Jadu? How you doing, J Dog? I be sketching? Oh yeah, that's what I like to hear. I'm waiting for my little freaking ad thing to let me click this stupid button. There we go. Now I can click it. Ads incoming. With that, I'm going to. I gotta clear some dishes off my desk. My desk is looking like a pigsty right now. And then I gotta clean my tablet. I got a thing of alcohol here, so I'm gonna get some napkins. Kimdo, the return of the big K. How's it going, dude? Be right back. BRB. Alrighty. Alrighty. Alright, I got my freaking alcohol here. I gotta clean my tablet. I'm gonna do a quick little cleanup. Planes and planes in the fire. I don't really like this song. There we go. Now I smell like 99% alcohol, but you know, whatever. There are worse things to smell like. Oh, how you guys doing today? This morning, for whatever reason, I had like brain fog. Like, I ran out of coffee yesterday, and I was kind of like budgeting, so I didn't buy more. I just kind of re-ran my coffee machine with the same coffee from the day before, which is, I know to some of you, gross, but in desperate times, you know, desperate measures and all that stuff. So I basically had coffee tea yesterday. Um, but yeah. More chill now. I'm working on storyboarding, and my mom's back from the hospital. Hell yeah, dude. That's good to hear. Is she doing good? So yesterday I was doing a lot of these characters here in space. I actually think this character is kind of floating a little bit, because if I look at the ground plane here, they're kind of like below it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this character in particular, and I'm just going to lower them. And they're not on that layer. They're on probably the one that says crawl. What the fuck? What layer is that on? There we go. How you been, Kimdo? How's school going? You learning anything? What's 12 times 12? Dave the Undead do a jiggle? Shit, you know it, dude, Dave. You know it be jiggling. You know it be jiggling. All right, let me. What do we got? Our ads are done. Let me drop the little Discord notif. 12 times 12 is 144. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Maybe. Who's checking, anyways? I'm glad they're teaching you something, though, you know? Okay, I put a little platform up here because part of me. It's been a while, never get up early these days. Yeah, well, I didn't stream on Friday. I did stream yesterday, though. We're going to be back to, like, normal stream routine. There's not. I don't foresee any big future cancellations. Just had a bunch of stuff come up in the last couple weeks, so, you know. You ride through it, but then you come back. I feel like every single time I have, like, a mini hiatus, there's probably in the back of everybody's mind, they're like, is he coming back, like, forever? Like, or is he just gone now? Is this the end of Cat Snack? And the answer is it's not the end of Cat Snack, ever. It never is. Might be one day. Maybe one day. Never say never, you know? I do think about it sometimes where it's like, huh, I wonder what it would be like to just stop streaming. Because the days I don't stream, like if ever I cancel a stream, it feels very weird because of, like, uh, I don't know, I have so much extra time in a day, it feels like. Like, it's weird. Like, I'm not used to it. Like, I'm not used to not streaming because I feel like my days feel so long when I don't stream. Because I basically just burn through a solid, like, fucking 5 hours of my weekend, or 10 hours of my weekend, pretty much every weekend. It's a big chunk of my awake time, you know? That's what happened when I took away the Monday stream. My Mondays just felt so open. The thing is, on the weekend, I don't know that I really like the extra time. It's kind of weird. I kind of want to have like a person dangling here, you know? Yourself in the thick of the lies. I don't want to do it on that layer though. I got to do a measurement check. I think this back person here is actually a little too small. I think they would be bigger. Like, I don't think the size disparity between the head here. It'd probably be more like this, maybe a little smaller than that, but not quite as small as I had it. Yeah, a little bit more like that, I think, is accurate. Because I had it like that before. That's too small. I lost my stream streak because of the Great Firewall. Oh no. The Chugoku Firewall. Shutting things down. Party pooping, dude. I can't relate. Canada, I kind of wish we had more, like, internet laws. I'm not one of those guys who's like very free speech. I'm not very pro free speech. I think people have too much speech. I think we gotta reel back some of the free speech a little bit. I don't like it. Or at least I think like media stuff, especially like journalistic stuff, should be regulated. Like I think it should be licensed. I don't think any like lunatic on the internet should be allowed to do like news reporting and like fact checking and all that. Like there's too many schizos online making people insane. I feel like this is the part where we spin into a NordVPN ad. Yeah, exactly. I feel like if I were gonna shill any product, it would probably be what's the one that Incogni, the one that deletes your data off the internet? Okay, I gotta check the head size here on this one. I'm down for free speech. I just find that people who argue for free speech never usually want to talk about this speech. They want to say because they usually want to say really fucked up ambit in some way. I think the issue with a lot of like freedom or the concept of freedom is that if you give people absolute freedom, you actually reduce individual freedom. And like that's sort of the problem we're running into now with like truth seeking on the internet is like everybody is just like bombarding the internet with so much information that it just is fucking you don't know it's real. And I don't know, that's not good. You know, there needs to be some sort of oversight on that. And when I say freedom stuff, like let's say you lived in a society that had no laws, okay? You probably would feel a lot less free to go outside and do things if you could legally be murdered. You know what I mean? Like if you reduce freedom, if you absolutely create unlimited freedom where anybody could do anything. I could go stab a guy in the neck and I can also steal from a grocery store because there's no laws. Nobody would fucking leave their houses, dude. People would be terrified. It would not be a good environment to live in. You need a certain amount of restriction and regulation to amplify individual freedom and to enhance it. Right? Like the reason you feel safe going out in certain places and outside is because I know somebody can't just run me over with their car, you know? So and I feel like there's that dynamic in media right now where it's like, it's the whole free speech thing is there's so much freedom to say whatever you want that you could just fabricate shit and you could create like schizo narratives on any topic you want. And it's too much. Like it's clearly breaking people's brains to like a negative degree where I think you need some sort of regulation. What that is, I don't know. I don't know. In race to lithium. Like a bird from the noise. I'm just tracking this head size because I'm going to put it around here. I just want to make sure it's roughly... It's going to be pretty small. So if it's around here, it's going to be that size. Now if I'm putting it back in space here, it's going to be kind of like here-ish, I want to say. So the head's probably going to be about that size. I'm lost all direction. I've lost all my direction. And now I wish that Granted, I wouldn't want, like... No offense, Kimdo. I wouldn't want, like, some China firewall or, like, the Russian firewall or any of that shit. Like, that sounds, like, dystopian a little bit. I feel like you need I think my concerns more are around media reporting. Not so much, like, lunatics on the internet. Like, if you want to go around creating theories about the Earth being flat, that's fine. I think if you're doing it with like a major corporation or like a major corporation that is like accredited, I think you should be licensed and I think you should be regulated. I don't think, you know, like the president of the United States or like Congress people should be allowed to just straight up make up facts. Like I guess they wouldn't be facts, just make shit up. Like I don't think that should be legal. And I don't think like news reporting should be allowed to misinform the public about things. I think that should be, you know, probably not, like, I don't think you should get, like, jail time, but I think significant fines if you're not able to support, like, your claims. The issue is if you end up in a situation where it's, like, a third-party institution who's going to outlaw it, the lying guys in charge of making the law, what you would do, okay, like, this is a standard thing we do, and which is why the current administration is such a problem. I wouldn't want it set up under the current administration in the U.S. because they're fucking crazy people. But normally, the way government works, like if you look at like the Federal Reserve, or you look at like audit teams within individual departments, or you look at you know, there are like the CIA, let's say, these are all supposed to be third-party institutions that aren't legally able to be influenced by political bias. Like, the Fed isn't supposed to be, like spearheaded by a guy who's handpicked by the fucking president. That's not how it works. They're supposed to be independent, and they're supposed to be, like, protected by laws. I like how you mentioned some of the most corrupt aspects of the government. They're not typically corrupt. Like, you wouldn't, like, the Fed generally is a good institution that you would have. And the Fed currently, under Jerome Powell, I mean, I guess he stepped down recently, is a strong independent institution, you know? Like it would be way worse. And the fact that the current administration is constantly in conflict with the Fed is a sign that they're doing their job, right? They're nonpartisan. Now you can disagree with that, but it's just the way it is, you know? independence is important, and there are independent third party governments that aren't partisan and don't have to adhere to a specific mandate outside of their own. And an institution like that for media would be a good thing to have. The issue is you would need a lot of regulation and protections that make it so that they cannot be influenced by a lunatic president. Like the thing with Trump is he's probably going to appoint like a well, I think he did appoint like a Fed chair that basically is just going to do whatever he wants, which is lower the interest rates, which is going to fuck over inflation significantly. So expect that to get nice and horrible in the next year or two. But I mean, you could drop Truman quotes, you could drop whatever quote you want, but I feel like you still need some sort of like domestic protection, you know? Like the reality is there are going to be foreign actors that are going to want to do harm to your country in some way, and you need a way to monitor that, and you need a way to like enforce protections. Now where that reach ends, that's the tricky part, right? Is like should you be allowed to operate in foreign territories? Should you be allowed to influence external foreign countries? Those are different questions. But you should be allowed to domestically protect your country. Anyways, we're gonna get into like deep politics territory if we do this. I'm you guys are gonna be arguing. I'm a very pro government guy, so I don't know if I'm the guy that you guys want to argue with right now on this. It's gonna create a lot of heat. But anyways. Anyways, we'll move on, and I'll just say, how's everybody's day going? How's everybody's weekend going? Hello, Catriok. How's it going, Verb? How's it going, Verb? Ooh, I'm doing that. I don't want to be doing that on that layer. On my way home. Hell yeah, Ado. Well, look, if you're driving, Ado, pay attention to the road, not me, you know? Nothing I'm doing is that interesting. I'm just kind of rage baiting chat right now with politics. Tell my father. Silly, I'm not driving. All right. You know, every time I see that emote, dude, I mean, I've registered it now as like the cute Nya face or whatever, but I always read it as ×3 in my brain. My like boomer brain just reads that and they're like, silly, I'm not driving ×3. You're amplifying everything you say with multiplicatives. Multiplicatives. I'm taking a short break from my thesis and I want to paint for a bit later on. Why not right now, dude? What's stopping you? I went to the Great Wall of China last week, and there were so many millipedes everywhere, and people were like constantly accidentally crushing them. Yeah, that does suck. There are like bike paths near my place, and whenever it rains, there's a bunch of snails and like worms that crawl onto the path, and it's like I walk with like my head down, so I minimize the amount of fucking like snail holocaust I inflict, you know. But it is one of those things. Me to my knees again. Okay, Mr. Mouse, Damon, Damon. What up, dude? How you doing? A snail aside, exactly. What exactly is Guycade? Oh, I should change that title. Guycade is done. Guycade is an event that me and my buddies host annually, where we basically LRob21, thank you for the follow, where we basically have a retro game night, okay? And the way it works is we all just bring a bunch of video games from like usually GameCube and lower generation wise, and so I played a lot of Super Monkey Ball, played a lot of Mario Party. Played a lot of we played CS Source because PC games aren't off the table, you know. So we're playing retro PC games. Super Smash Brothers Melee, which ironically I just play like in modern times, but it's basically a nostalgia bait event, okay, with a bunch of like guys ranging from 26 to like 32 or 31, I should say, because I'm the eldest. And yeah, that's Guy Cade. That's it. There's nothing too fancy. We obviously get incredibly hammered. One of my buddies blacked out, and I hogtied him, and then we all took pictures like posing with him like he was a prize pig that we had shot and killed, like he was our little trophy hunt, and then we sent them to him the next day. Snacky, how many hours do you plan to stream tonight? Probably four-ish minimum. Probably four-ish minimum. Also, happy early birthday if I forget NFT screen shooter. How old's my special little boy gonna be? Don't answer. The answer's 20. See, I'm a good dad. I remember things. Gasp, you remembered? I never forget these things, dude. Ugly like me. No, 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 no. By the way, I have no idea why the hell I'm just hyperfixating on this box. It didn't really need to be fixed. I'm just kind of warming up, you know? Okay. Better than pics of your head in the toilet? Oh, the annual LAN party. Yes, exactly. I was an 18-year-old boy when I first joined this stream. Now I'm so old and mature and an adult. Sigh. Yeah, you're really mature for your age, dude. You made that sentence sound incredibly sus. I'm trying to get this line super duper parallel here. For the record, NFT, you're actually like not very mature, but it's okay. I was less mature than you at 20, so don't worry. You got time. You'll probably become who you are at around 25-ish. That's what I would say. By the time you're 25, you'll probably be who you are. You know what? You're not terrible. There are worse 20-year-olds, I will say. You're not out there like hitting on people on like college campuses with Ray-Ban glasses or anything, so you're doing pretty okay. Computer. Computer, wish NFT a happy birthday. Maturity's for nerds. Yeah. The reality is, like, no matter how old you get, you're never really gonna feel that age. It's a very weird feeling. You just kind of things just stop working as well. You get a little wiser, hopefully. Being whimsical doesn't mean I'm not mature. Okay. Okay. Are you a whimsical guy? What layer is this fucking line on? There we go. Okay. We gotta do this head here. Hater in vocab means late stage gladsaskitis. Yeah, gladsaskitis. Computer. Computer. Make sure NFTs jokes. What? Oh, nuts are jorkled. I thought you were auto-correcting. I thought you were correcting nuts. Get married. Look away. Woo. Oh man, the arms around me. I'm gonna have him sort of like swing, you know? Like we'll have like the legs kind of coming up like this. Look away. I wanna wake up when you are. Bow, 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 bow. Nothing. Yo, what up, big sir? What up, Blue Wolf? How you doing, big dog? How's life going? For those who don't know, Blue Wolf is a fellow Twitch streamer who does comic book style art. The Goo Goo Dolls. I don't really want to listen to T.I., dude. Twitch streamer? Gross. I know. He's just like me. It's fucked up, dude. Things are doing... Uh-oh. What does that mean? Hopefully they're doing good, you know? Hopefully you just forgot a word there. I don't really want to listen to this retro shit right now. Okay, so we go even more retro. Let's see what else. Can I skip Creed? I don't think I could skip Creed, dude. I think I gotta always play Creed. Please come now. And I'm trying to escape. And back when I heard thunder. That head's a little wide. I think it should just be wider on the back. You have the dad rock in you have that dad rock in your streams? I do, yeah. Your first time here, dude? Oh no, it's mostly bad, but that's also okay. Bad times are just times that are bad. That's true, and they do get better, and they're transient. They're temporary. I'll be back into the good times soon enough, I'm sure. Well, the good times feel so good because of the bad times, right? So you got to tank the bad times for the good to feel so much better. On the bright side, I've been doing a bunch of work on my art. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, that's good. I will you know, I was gonna say I'll pray for you to have good times. I'm not particularly religious, so I don't know how much sway I have with God, but I'll do my best. We need a Nightcore edition of Let the Good Times Roll. Do we? Do we really? I don't know if we need that. I'm not a Nightcore guy. I'm not a anything that sounds similar to like dubstep. Even EDM is kind of like mid to me. I'm very sometimes I'm in the mood for it, I guess. Generally speaking, it's just not really my genre. Man, maybe 6 feet and so far down. Is Nightcore the one where they just play it at 1 time speed? 1.5 times speed? It might be. It's been a while since I've listened to Nightcore. When I was like young, I listened to a lot of electro swing too. I don't know why I got into that. It's not really my jam either. How about Gregorian chant edition of Let the Good Times Roll? You know, I'd be curious about that one. That one I don't think I'd oppose too much. Holy fucking hard time with this box, bro. The lines are right there. All I have to do is make them parallel. Why is it so hard? Hold me now. Thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Hold me now. I'm gonna get rid of this dude on the front for 2 seconds, just so I can see clearer. Maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Down. Think I'm falling. Your PNG froze? Ugh. Time for a restart. Oh, sigh. Things are so tough. Stop. Exit game. My brothers were really into Electro Swing at 2 at some point. Yeah, I feel like it had its comeuppance in like the early 2010s, and then it just kind of got. I don't know. I feel like it got appropriated by like really corny communities. But I'm also a massive hater of anything cartoons, which is ironic because I worked in cartoons. I don't know. I can't help but like cringe whenever people talk about like Has Been Hotel or like what's the one with the freaking the circus, Digital Circus or whatever. I've never seen it. I don't. It could be fantastic. Okay, I've never seen it. I will never watch it probably, but I've just decided to be a hater. Just because of the way all my friends talk about it, just drives me crazy, dude. Tier 1 hater, dude. Computer, wait, wet the good times wool, but make a horny anime dubstep. That would be pretty good. I couldn't find that one, but I did find the Gregorian chant cover of Losing My Religion. Do it up. I think Has Been Hotel's really ugly, but I don't know. It is. It's like very poorly animated. It's incredibly choppy. Whenever I watch the animation, it's just like fucking jittering all over the place. Is that the one with the wolf I always see porn of? I don't know, maybe. Thank you for the YouTube link. I can't play any YouTube songs right now, unfortunately, but. Ooh, Champion Bob. Mina the Hollower release so good. Weekend so far. Oh shit. Champion Bob answered my question from way earlier. My bad, dude. I'm as usual neglecting YouTube chat. I always forget about it. I'm gonna make this a little narrower. And I feel like if we're looking really below here, I feel like the pelvis would probably be overlapping a little bit. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the pelvis sort of on an angle like this. Oh boy, here we go. Hell of a boss. I can't talk shit about these shows, dude. I actually know people that like worked on them. I gotta be careful. Yeah, whatever. They'll never find me. Can't blame you. I think I'm the only one here. You are the only one there, Champion Bob. But that just means you're extra special over there on YouTube. I don't know why. Yesterday's YouTube stream got a lot of views. And by a lot, I mean it was like 80, which is like twice as much as I'm used to on YouTube, which is a tiny amount. But for me, it was a lot. I changed the name of the stream. Maybe that's why. Because of the angle here, I think I gotta shorten this whole, like, thing. And I'm gonna make it a little narrower. Oopsies. Nancy, how's it going, dude? I'm not a fan of musicals outside of theater play. I'm trying to think if there are any good musicals that I really enjoyed. I mean, I'm not like a musical hater. I probably wouldn't. I could be persuaded into watching a musical, but I'm never gonna like go out of my way to watch one. I don't think. I think that's sort of my thing, you know. How was stream yesterday, Nancy? Okay, we got a little rotation here. Do I want to rotate this a little bit more? I might. That's too much rotation. Okay, now I gotta erase out the other box. I'm confusing myself where my lines are. There we go. Mizukunka. Thank you for the follow. Mizukunka. Mizukunka. Okay, does that feel a little bit better? Yeah, but I think the pelvis should rise a little bit. How you doing, Mizu? I personally don't resonate with musicals either, just not my cup of tea, although I really respect it. I'm trying to think of, like, the best musical I've seen. I guess, like, Disney movies are technically musicals, right? Like, The Lion King is kind of a musical. Actually, not kind of. It, like, straight up is. A lot of, like, old Disney movies were musicals. Now I'm thinking if he's turning upwards, I feel like the pelvis would actually be a lot more at an extreme angle, you know? For the record, I'm just kind of freestyling this right now, but I feel like my pelvis would be tilted a little bit more like this. War of the Worlds was the one I enjoyed. War of the Worlds was a musical. Guycade is a male-only live-in event where all lines are blurred and you don't talk about the pictures made. It's not like a sex party, dude. Although I'm sure some people there would like that, but it's not. What is it? It's a retro arcade night that me and my boys throw together every year. It's basically we all just bring a bunch of Game Cubes. We set up. Okay, this is basically the setup. Okay, it's in my apartment. You know, it's funny. I could actually probably just draw it. Let me. I will draw Guycade for you. Okay. So let's say this is my apartment. We're gonna do it in 3D. Here's my apartment. Here's the wall. I mean, this is a room in my apartment. Okay, so I've got sort of this low-hanging thing where my vent goes, and then it sort of shoots off this way, and then there's like another. Okay, and then below this wall, there's basically I have like a cabinet in this corner or whatever. But anyways, there's a couch here. Here's my couch. Okay. And then on this wall, there's basically, we have like a table set up in front here that has a bunch of projectors on it. And there's basically 4 projectors. Okay, all these projectors project four different screens that are hooked up to 4 different consoles. So you've got a console or a projector image here, projector image here. We were watching hockey on this one, and then we were playing retro video games on the other ones. And then all my boys are essentially just here gaming. My kitchen's over here, you know. There's like a wall here. I thought you were on hiatus because you were sad. Well, I mean, this isn't like a multi-week event. It's just like one night. It was yesterday. But no, I was not sad yesterday. And my coffee machine. I could literally just draw my entire apartment. Isn't that crazy? And then my fridge. This is literally my apartment. And then I have like another room. Anyway, so the Guycade is just a bunch of dudes playing retro video games. Where's the ashtray and trash can full of crushed beer cans? There is definitely a garbage bin like right here, full of garbage. But yeah, this is my apartment, and then these are windows here. And then my balcony out here. Yeah. There you go. Important question, where's the Goon Cave? It's in the room I'm in right now. Actually, I live alone, so everywhere is the Goon Cave, okay? I'm not burdened by the laws of people who need privacy and stuff like that. I'm kind of just like an animal. I can walk around with my dick out. I can do whatever I want, really. There's no rules. But yeah, anyways. That's my apartment. It's kind of trippy just drawing my apartment. Welp, hi Snack. What up, dude? But yeah, so we had the 4 projector setups here. Hockey was playing here. We were playing Super Monkey Ball on this one. Super Smash Brothers Melee was here. I can't remember what someone was. I think we were just playing SpongeBob ambient music on this one. And then we had in another room behind here, if you like partition this whole area out with like a wall. Okay, there's another room back here. And this is the room that I stream from, by the way. And in this room, there's like my standing desk with my monitor. Tell me. And this would be basically this would be the Goon Cave, as somebody asked. And then there's another room. It's very weird just doing the illustrate your favorite goon spot. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mouse, for giving strangers on the internet a detailed representation of what your apartment looks like on the inside. I mean, I'm gonna be real, guys. I'd be really, really, really impressed and kind of terrified if this gave away my location. It is a accurate representation of my literal apartment. This guy's kind of actually just sitting on my fridge. It's kind of interesting. I should just do environmental design today, you know? You live in Canada. That's true, I do live in Canada. Tell me. My fridge is not that big, actually. My fridge is probably more... Actually, even that's too tall. It's just like a standard stainless steel fridge. It's probably... It would be more over in this direction, but I'm running out of room. Anyways, this is my apartment, and then I have, like, hardwood floor here. Anyways, bye-bye apartment. So Guycade is essentially just a room full of guys playing video games. That's it. Nothing fancy. Man, it's a me, another day. He also doesn't even occasionally game. That's true. Wait, your bio says CEO of my mom's basement. I thought you were living there. I may have underestimated you. Sorry. That's right. I'm an ex basement dweller. I sold the business, and then I bought my own place. It was clickbait. That's right. It's for relatability. Just makes me look more human. Are girls invited to Guycade? What do you think? What do you think, Jadu? Sorry, ladies. It's nothing personal. I thought I found a relatable streamer. Well, I mean, if it helps, I poop and pee every day, just like you probably. There's probably I don't think there's been a single day where I've never had where I've skipped drinking water. I have water almost daily. What else? What else? I'm just like you in a lot of ways. We'll have our own girlcade. Please do, and don't invite me. And make it a statement. One of my buddies just got a PhD, so he made us call him doctor all night. Actually, he didn't make us call him doctor. I was like, "Can I call you doctor?" And he said only certain people he makes call him doctor. So there are certain people in our friend group that have to call him doctor. Imagine gendering Cades. By me. Am I tripping? Why does this box look fucked? There we go. I do have to tweak it. Was Mr. TP a guy Cade? He was, yeah. Can we get a non-binary Cade? I mean, I don't think I'd have enough friends to populate that. I think in real life, I don't have any, like, non-binary friends. I don't have a single one. I have trans friends, but they go by, like, gender pronouns, you know? I don't have any, like, purely non-binary. Off-grid, you know, in a way. What the fuck? I know, dude. I'm basically like I'm like your crazy uncle, dude. Oh my god, can I draw a fucking straight line? Jesus Christ. Guy creating Girl Cade and Guy Cade, not Guy Cade and Steve Cade. Oh shit, that's good. In fact, I'm given a choice between sitting in a room with a bunch of sweaty guys, being overly competitive, and the same thing, but with women. I'm picking the one with women. They're not competitive. They're just sort of loud. Like, we all realize we're all trash at these games. I will say they did get pretty aggro when playing Mario Party, but I wasn't in that round. I was playing Monkey Ball. And I was just, my goal with Monkey Ball was to send it as hard as I could and to try and clear the level with as much speed as I physically could. And I lost every round as a consequence because I would just fucking launch myself off the edge. Mario Party? Were you not listening to my whole demo earlier? Yes, Mario Party. Mario Party, Montreal versus Carolina, which was a bloodbath for Montreal. And SpongeBob ambient music. The only one I got. And Bondage. We did tie up one of my boys. He passed out, and so we hogtied him. And then we took pictures with him unconscious. That sounds way worse than it is. He's aware. And he thought it was funny, okay? So... Snack, can you critique my heavy object lifting animation I did? In like an hour, okay? Give me some time. I just started here. I'm trying to warm up a little bit. My tummy aches. I hate how crooked this box is. I don't know what love is. I miss Monkey Ball. It's a sick game, dude. I never really got into Monkey Ball when I was younger, but Monkey Ball is dope. Same, my boys are all lesbians, so about 50% tomboy, no non-binary. We're all bigots around here, dude. Non-binaries are rare, dude. In the wild, on Twitch it's more common, but like IRL, they live among us, but they're hidden away. I'm non-binary. Case in point. You're turning the non-binaries into cryptids? No. Being not non-binary is a lot of work. I don't know. Is it? I feel like it probably would be, because I feel like people would just naturally fuck it up all the time, but I'm literally making a plant non-binary character. Base, dude. Hell yeah. My best friend's non-binary because I'm an ally. Look, it's not that I don't want non-binary friends, it's just I don't know any. I may be straight, guys, but I don't hate, okay? Have you tried looking? I have. Well, no, I haven't, actually. I'm not out there hunting down for specific people of specific gender orientations. Make my friends fill out, like, little questionnaires. That would be weird. It's like Pokemon, dude. You gotta catch them all. I need a friend of every diverse background there can be. That way I'm shielded from any accusations of bigotry until the end of time. They're too fast for him to catch. Okay, this looks roughly okay. Does it? Feels weird. I feel like it widens a little bit here. Hang on, look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Fun game idea. What minority are you? I feel like I look pretty white at first glance. No, people think I'm either like Mexican or Spanish or Italian or some shit like that when they first see me. But I'm French Canadian and a quarter Lebanese. Just a little I got a little tahini in my blood. That's about it. Wasian here. I got for all the Wasians in chat. I gotta ask, okay? I hear there's beef between the Wasians with the Asian dad and white mom, and the Wasians with the Asian mom white dad. Is this true? And I don't want any racism, okay? I don't want any Wasian on Wasian hate in my chat. But I'm just curious if there is any conflict. The hell do I call black Italians? Blitalians? Italac. Boom, 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 boom. Interesting. I don't know about that. I've only been discriminated by pure whites and pure Asians. Okay. That's on brand, I think. Afro-Italians. That's kind of sick, actually. Italics. That's good too. Pure. I don't like that you put pure with an asterisk. There's something weird about that. But don't worry, it's more of a me thing. Chocolatos. Wow, guys, as a completely white person, I'm feeling really left out. And take my whole life to right am falling in love with you. I heard Snacks rooting for the Vegas Golden Knights. I don't know, dude. I don't know. The picks are not great. Okay, sorry, Crip, if you're around here, but I don't know if I'm a Vegas head. I think even though Carolina as a state just kind of sucks, I think I'm more of a team Carolina, unfortunately, just because I think they're the better team. I think Carolina's gonna fucking dummy them in the finals. Holy fuck, dude! The focus it took to do this like almost perfect circle here. It's too. I do. Pain till I'm calling. Bitch with me. Sleep in the morning. Late to the party. Calling. Let's not say anyone is the worst race or this conversation is going to derail. Yeah, I'm not. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Besides, we all know who. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Sorry, sorry, we're done. Don't go to Vegas. It's gross there because of the weather or because of all the drugs and sinning. Kim, no, we're not doing that. I'll say it. Neanderthals are the worst. Go ahead and cancel me. We all know it's true. I wonder how much of me is part Neanderthal. You know, wanna be late to the party. On my mind, I'm gonna do this every time. I'm gonna sleep in the morning. I'm gonna pain till I'm crawling. And then bad bitch with me. Sleep till the morning. Late to the party. Yeah, let's get a nice C curve here. Dude, I actually really enjoy doing these mannequin studies. They're just kind of fun. And I feel like they are really helping me sort of understand the anatomy a little bit better. Or like the perspective, I mean. I don't like that. I want the gesture to be a little bit more. Do I want the gesture to do something like that? Because then you got sort of that curve and then that curve. Vegas makes me mad as an ex-A's fan with the Alouettes. It is kind of sad that or was it what team were Vegas before? It wasn't the Coyotes, was it? What team was Vegas before Golden Knights? The Vegas Golden Knights did not exist before. Okay, well, I guess they're like a new addition then. Vegas was an expansion. How nice of them to expand to an American team and not a Canadian one. Batman loves Canada, dude. A's is in baseball? Probably. We're the Atlanta A's, is that it? I don't know shit about baseball. Kuko. I love doing them so much to the point that whenever I'm starting to map out the actual character, I go, this kind of sucks. Huh? Oh, you mean the mannequins? Yeah, well, that's another thing I want to do is I want to get better at being able to translate the mannequins into actual like anatomical figures. I really should just do that for this one. But I kind of have to. I'm following sort of a tutorial ish. Not really. I've been taking a course, and I'm basically just doing the mannequin exercises from that course. Right now, this is just sort of the basic like 2 point perspective, and then I'll do 3 point. But I need to look at some reference to sort of familiarize myself with um what 3 point perspective is supposed to look like. I actually think you'd see the bottom of the foot here. That bottom leg feels a little long to me. I was thinking of taking some courses too. I'm basically making my way through Sung Moo Ho's courses on freaking Colosso. I really, really like his courses. I think they're exactly what I'm looking for. I'm trying to narrow down an actual process because the way I draw right now is just so chaotic that I end up just like doing something weird or wrong, and then not knowing how to fix it because I took like a bunch of weird paths to get to that result, and it makes me not want to continue a piece. And so I'm trying to be a little bit more organized with how I do things, and so I might just start doing like mannequin poses and then building anatomy on top of that. But I need to develop that skill. And I feel like if I could do that, I'll be unstoppable. Because then, like, genuinely, I feel like because I understand these mannequins' geometry, like, relatively well, I feel like I can actually construct poses however I want. I will say one thing I struggle with a lot of these, if you notice, a lot of my rib cages here are very three quarter. Um, this one's probably the most extreme one, but I don't do a lot of front on stuff, which is something I think I struggle with. Another thing I've tried to do is as the characters go farther back, I'm trying to do thinner and thinner lines to like help aid the feeling of depth, you know? I heard that recently the NHL was founded in Canada. They're the nation in NHL. Yeah. Also, the NHL isn't the first professional hockey league. There was a hockey league prior to the NHL, and there were a lot of teams that are in the NHL now that were in that league that are technically older than the original six, but people don't really talk about it much. Everybody's just kind of obsessed with the original six. Guns, hoes, money, clothes, you should know. You name it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Guns, hoes, money, you should know. You name it. I don't know if that's right. That doesn't feel right. Three quarters pretty much just a default for me too. It's just a muscle memory at the present. I'm trying to do dynamic and poses or stuff from weird angles to kind of break the habit. The thing is, I don't really struggle at rotating like cylinders, like front on. Like if I do like if I'm doing like a knee, like this knee wasn't tough to do at all. Like if I'm doing a cylinder and I want to rotate that cylinder, that's relatively easy for me. But I can't do it with cubes as well. Like if I want this to now be rotated forward, cubes are just really weird. Like if I guess like it's mostly the shortening part. Like if you're doing like a front on like rib cage is something like this, I guess. It's not really front on. It's still kind of got some rotation to it. If it was like straight front on, it'd be a little boring. But then adding bend to that is really, really difficult. Let's do like a hip joint here. Bring the knee up. And then this one will have the hip come back. Almost like he's running. Okay, I think it'd be more like this. But then this would need to come forward, right? So I'd have to bend this. This whole thing would shrink. You'd see more of the top now. That's not really as front on though. Fuck. Infernal Dante, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. I'll make it a little shorter here. I'm not the two-stepping man. And then I think the head would basically overlap the rib cage. Oh, I didn't actually give this guy a neck now that I'm looking at it. Christ. What's going on? Porn Sinner J. Cole. For me, I'd map out the curve lines a bit more intensely to actually make the rib and trunk area more interesting and less static. Well, what I would do is probably like in another, like let's say I was doing this, continuing this, I would probably then do like a new layer, and then I would sort of put in the rib cage, put in the sort of hips, the head. But yeah, it probably would be a better idea for me to do a little bit more gesture before I actually put the box in. Because it does feel a little stiff. I think maybe this knee would be bent lower. So I think what we'd do is you'd have like a rotation down on the hip like this. Because this leg is going to brace for the weight. Or is going to be coming forward, sorry. It's actually going to be elevated. This leg is carrying the weight, so it's elevated. This might be too twisted. Knee joint. Trying to think of like the length. Let's have it a little bit more front on. Knee joint. Perspective would be a little bit like this. You are below the horizon line. This is probably going to be more... It's actually probably going to be lower and bigger. And then the back leg here, if we're doing like really, really forced perspective, it'll give you something like this. And that feels a little bit more dynamic to me. That's the importance of having like twists and shit. And then If this leg is starting to come forward, this arm is starting to come back. Not fully, but starting to come back. Actually, no. If this arm's coming, let me think. If I'm walking, yeah, the arms and legs are on opposing arcs. So if this leg's coming forward, this arm is coming forward. I'm tripping. This arm's gonna come back. Head's gonna tilt down probably. I don't like the head angle. As you run, typically you're going to rotate your head towards the arm coming forward. So you're going to get like a twist in the torso here. I think the pelvis or the torso probably needs a little bit more of a bend. And I'm trying to think. If my forearm is my arm's coming forward, I'm pinching at the hip that's elevating. Huh. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Something like that. Head's a little low. I do want some overlap on the rib cage, but I don't like that. This forearm's going to basically be like full length, just because of the perspective. Actually, you know what? It's going to swing slightly back in space. I just don't want it to be like too awkward. That's kind of awkward, you know? It's also very awkward. Do a jiggle? She, Danny. You know it'd be jiggling, dog. I think also the whole upper body would be lower. Because the momentum would be really leaning forward, you know? Yeah, let's clean this up. And then I'll figure out the head. This needs to taper in if we're going to have such an extreme rotation. Like, it can't be just parallel. It has to be a little tapered. It's going to be the same deal with this. Just because we're tilting the box forward quite a bit. Just subtle, though. I don't want it to be, like, super duper extreme. Welcome back, Ado. How you doing? Finally got home. Safe and sound. Nah, I don't like that twist. I'm just gonna leave it the way it was. Yeah, showered. New Libre. Waiting for it to activate now. What the hell's a Libre? Spanish word for book. Is that what it is? Libre is a type of CGM. This does not help me. I don't know what CGM is now. Glucose monitor. Oh, I see. I thought we were speaking Spanish, dude. I don't like this should be tapered. Bro, the fact that people debated whether Kendrick Lamar was better than J. Cole is just like absurd. Absurd, dude. This guy's so goated. Oh no. I don't think you were here, Danny, yesterday. I had negative things to say about this song. What about Kendrick Lamar versus Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson is like very overrated in my opinion. I'm not a big modern Kendrick guy. I do like old Kendrick though. Because of the allegations? No, just because of the music. I don't even like. I mean, I do care, obviously, but like, it's just more like. I just don't. I feel like Michael Jackson's music is basically like 80% of what it would take to make the song be awesome, and it's always missing that little 20% for me on every song. Like it's good, but it's not like globally renowned pop star level good. You know, I don't know what it was with like his come up, I guess, but look, I'm no musician though, so I do feel like this is a strong argument for it, though. I'm not saying that he is, but in terms of lyrical creativity, I think Kendrick is stronger in that area. I think Kendrick just kind of went too hard with the annoying like whiny voice to where it just like there were times where it worked, and then there were times where it just bordered into like unappealing territory for me. And I think that's sort of my gripe with Kendrick. I also just think his music is just not as like I don't know, it just doesn't do it for me as much. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. My buddy's just outside. He forgot a charger at my place, so I gotta go give him his charger. All right, I'll be RB. Talk amongst yourselves. Daddy's home. Did you guys miss me? In my hands again. Is this mic on? How you guys doing? There we go. The silence is starting to become deafening. Oh, my YouTube music isn't playing right now, is it? Whoopsies. Hee hee. Let me hook you up, Champion Bob. My bad. Did you remember the milk? I didn't get the milk. I went outside and my buddy brought his dog, and so I just pet his dog for like 10 minutes or however long I was gone. Probably around there. I'm gonna set my YouTube boys up though with some music because they've just been listening to nothing this whole time. That's not fun. I thought I had something set up at the start, but I guess not. Okay, we got some redeems. Speak French 1 minute. Nox, tu veux que je te parle en français? Je me demande des fois pourquoi que les anglophones ils veulent tout le temps que je leur parle en anglais, en français, juste parce que comme ils comprennent rien. À chaque fois que je commence à parler en français, il y a toujours quelqu'un qui dit qu'on fait la session comme de gibberish ou une session où je fais juste inventer des mots. Mais c'est pas le cas. Comme je vous parle une vraie langue en ce moment. Il y a pas vraiment comme un sujet à discuter. You, French. You. Il est juste jaloux, c'est tout. Tu lui diras qu'il est jaloux. Pourtant, c'est compréhensible. J'espère que c'est compréhensible. Ça serait comme... ça me ferait honte si tu pourrais pas me comprendre. Chant du somme. Ça va, chant du somme? LOL. Ok les boys, ok les girls. On va switcher en anglais puis on va continuer le stream in English. We're gonna switch back to English. Ça va et toi? Not too bad, not too bad. That was your little 1 minute sample of speaking French. How you doing, Chendu? How's life going? I was cleaning up this fella here. I think this foot needs to be a little bit more planted. Whoa, and not red. No, 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 no. Are you gonna flesh them out, or or are they all staying cubes? I'd like to flesh them out, but I'd like to watch sort of I need to watch the course that I'm taking right now and see how Sungmu fleshes them out. Because there's certain aspects of the mannequin that can be translated really effectively. Like placement of the eyes and all that stuff. And I want to really focus on getting everything to be measured. My goal really is to sort of make my process a lot more rigid and a lot less subjective. Champion Bob on YouTube says, I like to think that in order to have 2 audio streams to different platforms, you're actually listening to both of them at the same time. So no. So what I do is if you're on Windows, what you can do is you can right-click your little audio setting. You can go open sound settings, go to app volume and device preferences, and then what I do is I redirect my Google Chrome audio settings to a different channel that I can't hear. So in which case, it's my monitor. And so it doesn't output to my headphones. Which is why every time I raid out, I have to switch them back, and sometimes it lags, and so I end up not being able to hear the streamer I just raided. Which is why I always have like issues at the end of stream with raids. But no, I have it on a different audio channel for that exact purpose, because it's really distracting. Tears don't come and walk around me. Conscience calls. I think this would just be like a straight line, honestly. And then this would for sure be like pinched. No, 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 no. Burn it, no, 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 no. Burn it, burn it, burn it, no. Burn it, no, 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 no. I don't like that shape. Let's do it a little bit more cylindrical. I also probably missed a whole bunch of messages from chat, so let me scroll up and see what I missed. Or maybe you guys were just silently waiting for my return. Kendrick Lamar versus Michael Jackson because of the allegation. I was here for a long... meaning I wasn't here for a long stream yesterday. Yesterday I just mentioned, Danny, related to that Chicago song. I just mentioned that I hear it everywhere and it's starting to drive me crazy. I've never actually properly listened to a Michael Jackson song. I didn't realize he actually sang like that. I thought the impressions were exaggerating. No, he actually sings like that. I don't think his music's bad, but I don't understand the hype around it. Then again, in my lifespan, I was living near the end of Michael Jackson, so all I experienced was the memories of the fans who were there during the peaks of his career. Yeah, the thing with, like I said, the thing with Michael Jackson for me is it just kind of feels like his songs are just, like they're just missing a little something for me to be like, these are bangers. They're just not really my style. It could just be that, too. The Michael Jackson song, Chicago? Yeah, from the Gay Birds video. That is now everywhere on the internet. And tears don't fall, crash around me. Oh, I thought you meant the musical Chicago. No, but we were talking about musicals earlier. That's funny. No. That doesn't look right. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to shift this over a little bit. That might be too tilted down. I don't think it's that extreme of an angle. You're definitely going to see a little bit more of the top plane here because it is below the horizon line. But I don't know if it'd be that extreme. Maybe a little bit more. That cylinder looks very, very large relative to the one behind it. Kayla, enjoy your lurk, dude. How's it going? I mean, you're lurking, but, you know. Appreciate the lurk. Nice seeing you. I think another thing is I feel like I'm getting faster at doing these guys, which is kind of nice. Learning to translate the anatomy on these mannequins is going to be very important, though, as a next step. That knee is way too big relative to that knee. And then I'm just going to make this one bigger. And I think I need my knee to be in the center of the axis of the cylinder here. So I'm going to shift it over a little bit. Did you guys know you can raid on YouTube? I didn't know that. I think you need a certain follower count that I don't have. But you can raid on YouTube, apparently. Dang, my Linux install just completed and is pretty much all set up thanks to saving my home directory. Now I can stop procrastinating and get back to drawing. You draw on Linux, bro? Crazy. Built diff. YouTube has raids now? Apparently. I think you can only raid if you have over 1,000 followers, though. Ironically, I have like 950, and I kind of stalled there. Ooh, I just burped. New work schedule has me all over the map, so I'm glad I have a moment to drop a lurk. I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Well, hopefully the schedule's not too rough on you. Free my girl, Kayla. This time, this place, this used mistakes to run too late. Who was I to make you wait? This angle's a little weird. You know I'm in you, and I loved you all alone. I miss you away for far too long. That ankle kind of looks like it's breaking. I gotta change the angle on it a little bit. Me and you never know. Anyways, all that to say, if you're not subscribed to the Cat Snack channel, what are you waiting for? Go subscribe to Cat Snack on YouTube. Your favorite content creator. You will get nothing but live posts, because I'm lazy. But you will help me get 1,000 subscribers. I'm gonna hold your hand. Don't give up. You know, you know, you know. I loved you. I loved you all alone. That looks kind of weird, huh? I feel like this bottom leg is kind of long. Screaming with me, you never know. Leaving. Way, far away for far too long. I think this guy needs to be a smidge smaller. Just because he's got to be smaller than this lady. You know, I still think this is a little long. Which means I think this is actually a little long also. Somebody milk the snack, please. Please milk me. Don't clip that. Okay, if the torso's tilting in this direction, okay, the pelvis is tilting this direction, the head could tilt straight at us, maybe? No? Would it make sense for him to be looking down, maybe? Probably a little bit off, but then he's parallel with the hips. I just want a, like, slightly different angle. Having him look up would be kind of weird. He could be looking up in this direction, I guess. It's not terrible. Yeah, we'll do that. I just gotta finish this. I'm gonna drop the shoulder a little bit more. I don't miss you. It feels like beside you. Or the arm is usually about the length of the rib cage. The shoulder's dropped and the rib cage is tilted back, so it's gonna look a little longer than the rib cage. It's probably around there. I'm clipping it if anybody hasn't already. Tisk, tisk. This back foot is also kind of small. Small. Feels like beside you. I'll miss your hair in my face. I think this should be a little longer. I feel like this leg should actually be turned back way more. It's not, it doesn't feel like it's farther in space. I'm gonna see if I can make it feel farther. It's your hair in my face, where your innocence takes. It feels really off balance now. A little stiff. Just feel odd. Thank you for the clip, NFT. You're gonna make me look like a psycho on the internet. Okay. That doesn't work either. I just don't know how to get that feel. He feels off balance that way. I think this arm might be too elevated here. You've been a psycho on the internet for a while now. Yeah. It is kind of my brand, isn't it? That's why you're all here, though. You love it. Deep down, you love it, NFT. Don't lie to me. This might be an odd question, but where did you learn to do stick figures like this with the square and the circles? So these are not popular in the West, but they are very popular in Asian countries like art academia. So like if you look at like Kim Jong-gi or like a lot of the Korean artists, Chinese artists, they use this mannequin figure a lot. In the West, you'll usually see sort of the circle and then the ribcage circle, and then maybe you'll have like a hip shape like this for the pelvis, and then they do like the bone structures, and that's fine. But when it comes to perspective drawing, there's a lot of value in being able to orient your figure in perspective, you know? It also just defines things a little bit better. And I know like a lot of people who draw like in perspective, this, like if you want to do really dynamic shit, being able to do this figure is really, really, really useful. And it's pretty basic, right? It's just like a block for the head, like a perfect block. Cylinder for the neck. Block for the rib cage. Slight angle on the rib cage, so if you're looking at it from the side, it's kind of like this. And then the pelvis would be the other way. This is kind of extreme. I don't think it would be like this crazy, but this is like a busted ass back. It would probably be a little less tilted. But either way. And then the head would be sort of... You have sort of this relationship. You can push it back more, but this is essentially like the flow from the side, and then if you want to, you know, basically like the hips, all the joints are spheres, all the limbs are cylinders. There's very thin legs there, but I don't have a lot of room. The one dead on the floor is me. He is dying on the floor. Well, unless you mean this one. This guy's supposed to be my buddy who passed out drunk at my place the other day. And then this is supposed to be somebody dying. But yeah, so the basically cube for the head, cube for the rib cage, cube for the pelvis. Those are the 3 cubes on the entire body. Upper arm, cylinder. Lower arm, cylinder. Elbow, sphere. All the joints basically, sphere, 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 sphere. And then the foot is kind of like this weird triangle thing. It's basically a cube. Also, how you doing, Milky? So the foot is basically just like a perfect cube. And then if you extend the cube out, you just extend it by a straight line, connect it like this, and just make this like semi-wedge thing. And that's essentially the foot. I was told the foot is a square or rectangle and a triangle. I mean, the foot is a lot more of a complex shape, but if you're simplifying it, that's how I would do it. Wow, beautiful drawings. Have you ever drawn Fat Kirby? Only for a lot of money. DM me for my price sheet on Fat Kirby. I won't rob you, I promise. I'm alright. How's you? I'm chilling, dog. I'm chilling. Canada got absolutely fucked by Finland the other day, so I'm still reeling over that emotional loss. I'll take second place to Finland over second place to the US any day, but... Will you do it for exposure? Only if you expose me to your mom. I'm falling to pieces. Oh no. Oh yeah. The one against the US was really good, so yeah, it's true. I just gotta wait another 4 years for the next Olympics, or Winter Olympics. How bad could it be, really? Gold is all that matters, really, in international hockey. The Worlds is cool and all, but... That sphere's a little small. How you doing, Milky? I don't know if I asked. I think you said you were dying or whatever. I missed the Olympics completely. All you really need to know is that the U.S. men's hockey team is evil and Alyssa Liu is everywhere. Annoyingly so. I have nothing against the girl, but I'm so tired of seeing her on the internet. What a beautiful wedding. I feel like this needs to be rotated a little bit more. Wasian propaganda. She has a good mentality. Yeah, that's fine, dude. She's all over every single like algorithm ever. It's been months. I wish I could afford lino sheets and cutting tools. I don't know what that is. Lino sheets. Steal them? Don't listen to Kim, though. Better to face these kinds of things. Bro, I cannot get this back leg right. This pose just doesn't feel right. Okay, time for me to sit. I've been standing for 2 hours. My knees are starting to hurt. I'm doing the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn door now. Kinds of things. Irrationality. Goddamn door no. Again. That head's way too big. See, this is like the quintessential running with anime toast in your mouth pose. My way. I gotta make sure the head is bigger than this one. It is. Smaller than this one. It is. Excellent. Okay, that's a lot of characters I've done on this this page. Oh, I gotta do the hand. I actually don't know what the hand is supposed to look like. In despair. Right there. Wonder if you know, really feels we left outside alone. I feel like this forearm could be longer. Wait, that's too long. Just a little longer. I think this arm would not be out as much. The shoulder feels a little dislocated to me. Like a game. Be right back, food. I'll be alright, dude. Don't worry. If you find the way. Boom, 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 boom. How it really feels to be left outside alone. Head's too high. Head's too high. Spacing on the neck feels weird. I know all my life I've been waiting. Still feels a little high. I need to pray. No, how it really feels to be left outside alone. It's cold down here. All my life I've been waiting. Those legs are very stiff. I just don't know how to like actually change this pose here to make it not feel as stiff. I can maybe do a little bit of a like an elevation, but it feels kind of weird that if you're dying and like dragging your body that you would have one leg elevated like that. Seems a little strange to me, but whatever, we'll try it. Unless their foot is like hyperextended down, like they're pushing off of it. Thank you a lot for answering my question. It helped a lot. Hey, any question you got, bro, send it my way. I don't mind. I love it. I love talking art, bro. Honestly, if you could get me yapping about art, I could yap about art for fucking ever. Okay. What do you want from me? Okay, I think this guy could move. Just compositionally, I think he could be in a better spot. The fuck? That's that. That's that. That's that. Me. Alright, how's that looking? It's quite a few characters. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Fish? Amen, Sundrake. I kind of feel like I need someone like here. Maybe I just have like the cuck chair, you know? Like somebody just sitting down, staring. Just watching the action. What now? Did I stutter? You heard me. I need my brush to be bigger. Oh, also not this brush. Oh. I'll let you down. That to there, that to there. Yeah, it's about that height. We'll have this character... do we want to have him looking at us? Here we go. Dum 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 dum. Do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. I'm getting horny now. What up, Lego Bimbo? How you doing, big dog? What a weird song. It's a classic. I'm gonna put the pelvis a little bit more angled this way. Just to make her look chiller, you know? And then what I think we'll do is we'll have the legs be crossed. But mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. I hate this tangent. It's driving me nuts. I'm gonna make the knee a little longer. Boom, boom, boom. Dun, 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 dun. I thought somebody was saying, "What up, Himbo?" I was saying, "What up, Lego Bimbo?" Close enough, though. Pretty similar. What are you doing today? Just practice? Pretty much. I'm just drawing mannequins from imagination. Trying to see what I can pull out of my ass. Boom. This hip feels weird. I'm trying to think. I can't really cross my legs very well. I can, but it's like the dude version where they don't fully cross. I don't have good internal rotation on my hip. But I feel like this hip needs to elevate. That's probably where a lot of the issues are coming from here. This hip needs to be elevated. So I need a tilt on this pelvis down here. So the box is going to be more like... I still want the box pretty tilted. But I gotta elevate it all. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Let him hold it. Too much dick in the way, clearly. I'm all balls, dude. Nothing but balls. With the girl next door. We were both butt naked, banging on the bathroom floor. How can I do? I think this is gonna come in more. Just cause this hip is pushing back in space. And then this leg you're not really going to see much of. Something like that, maybe. I'm And then I think what I could do is maybe have this bend a little bit. I think it'll be a better gesture coming through here. Because the whole body's flowing this way. It kind of helps frame the other characters. I'm also going to add a little bit more of a tilt here. Wasn't me. It's over. Me red-handed, with the girl next door. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? This time she was standing there, she never took her eyes off me. It's too much. I might not be a cat, but I'd take you as a snack. Shit. First time chatter, by the way, everyone. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? Bro just guessed the vibe, and you guessed correctly. High risk, high reward move, dude. I will say. Instantly hitting on the streamer. First message. Very bold. Very bold. I like it, though. He's a natural. Gus for real. Thank you for the follow. You guys should kiss or something? Yeah, wouldn't you like that, dude? I'm not doing that shit on stream. Okay, thanks, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, I know that. Guys, don't directly at the sun. What a fucking weird ad-lib. I guess it's better he say shit like that than, like, call me by my real name and tell me how great of a city I live in. What about on Discord? Can we see it there? That's a Patreon exclusive, Milky. Sorry. I'm all about getting that bread up, you know? No freebies. Can we turn off the AI? I don't know. Is there a way to turn it off? If there is, I'll turn it off. I think I Googled it at some point, and I didn't think there was a way to do it. It just makes it a lot easier because it's hands off and it randomizes my my songs. I don't have to manually monitor it. Oh my god, this fucking box, dude. It's like this before. I think the head is like still a little too. What kind of not safe for work lewd kink talk is on and off the table? I mean, I don't want to turn this into like a fucking orgy. You know what I mean? I don't mind a couple little horny jokes here and there. But I don't want to also feel like I'm third wheeling in a community of people trying to fuck each other. If you guys want to fuck each other, knock yourselves out. All right? DMs exist for that reason. All right? Sex talk and slurs. That's where DMs are. That's what DMs are for. Twitch chat, maybe not, you know? Hey, that wasn't a horny joke. That was my pickup line. I'm pretty easy to pick up, though. I'm a mouse. We're so light. He is heavy. What up, Silver Comet? Returning customer. I always seem to arrive at the random comments. I think that's just my stream, dude. I don't think there's a time you can join my stream and not hear some insane shit. Well, I'm a rat, not much bigger. All right. I see. Guys, I know this is about to be incredibly disappointing, and I'm gonna see my entire like view count drop in half. I'm not an actual furry. I feel like I furry bait so hard on the internet. I'm not a furry. It's all a marketing ploy, okay? You've been conned. What? I know. You're welcome. You can unfollow. I'll understand. Lies. Yeah, keep projecting your desires, dude. But I'm not a furry, unfortunately. I just don't got that dog in me, literally. I got that human in me. Want you dance like this before? I feel like the head is a little too high. It's okay. Most streamers I see don't want to admit the truth, huh? I feel like if I branded and I doubled down on the furry thing, it'd probably help my brand, you know? Cat Snack the furry? Come on. That's perfect. How goes the stream? Says Silver Comment on YouTube. Pretty good, dude. Everybody's trying to fuck me right now, but, you know, that's not that weird. That's pretty normal. I think we can make the neck shorter. Not gonna lie, seeing how expensive suits are, being a furry streamer is worth it. Furries are rich. Few pennies for subs is nothing. I mean, if I were to do the furry thing, I would just do furry art because they pay really well. I don't know how to draw anthro animals. It's just not a thing I've really done, you know? There's no need to rebrand, just own it. You have everything already. I'm gonna be honest, I just didn't think about it when I made my account. That's how much of a normie I am. I didn't consider the fact that everybody would think I'm a furry if I made myself a mouse on the internet. The origin of the cat snack thing was, I had a bunch of friends at the time who were doing like the VTuber shit, but they were all like anime babes, and everybody I knew on Twitch, or everybody that I would see on Twitch in the art category, was like an anime babe. And I was like, I can't be another anime babe, you know? No disrespect to the anime babes, but I was like, I gotta be my own thing. And I was like, I'm crass, I'm kind of edgy a little bit. What would be like the opposite of that? And in my mind, it was like a cute little mouse, you know? In my mind, that contrast seemed appealing to me. And so that's why I went with the mouse route, and I called myself Cat Snack. But for the last 2 years, everybody just assumes I'm a furry. I'm pretty sure like 90% of my audience is furry, which is great. I love the furry community. I'm not part of it, you know? Or I just don't feel it in my bones. I thought you were a mouse in real life? Well, I am. Sorry if I broke the illusion. The actual furries can sense the fake ones, so proceed with caution. Speaking from experience, Lego Bimbo. We mice are somewhat underrepresented, so the effort counts regardless. There you go. I'm the DEI furry, apparently. I'm cool with that. I'm so used to seeing men streamers being different creatures that I didn't even question it. That's true. I feel like dudes are always just like some weird orb or like a fucking monster with like black holes for eyes, or you know, just like a chair or like inanimate objects. Men are kind of weird on Twitch art. I don't even know what I do be. My OC's a rat. Not like I'm a buy a suit. I'm a rat on the internet. That's all I know. Pretty sure I can still call myself a furry. Oh yeah, dude. Own that shit. Own that shit, dog. And maybe one day you'll be able to afford a suit. Does this feel right? It kind of feels like the hip is like broken a little bit. I feel like I need more of a twist here in the rib cage. So I'm gonna do that. We still haven't figured out how to get rid of Mickey, though. The original furry. The OG. Disney kind of created furries. That's my theory. I feel like Disney kind of like psyop the millennial and Zoomer generation into furrydom. And I think the gateway was like things like Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, and then like after that came like My Little Pony and like all of those like generational hits, you know? And I feel like that sort of bred the population of furries we have today. Because I don't think were there furries post Disney or pre Disney. I feel like Disney is I feel like furry is purely a post Disney world. One question: why does this mouse have big ass boobs? It's a redeem. So I don't actually have giant boobs. I'm flat. I'm flat as a washboard. Okay, sleek, aerodynamic. But if you spend money on my channel, you can make me have big fat titties and/or balls. It's unconfirmed. There's a bit of a lore within the community that it's either my giant mouse tits or my giant mouse balls, and it's not been confirmed nor denied. So it could be either. It's really up to you. It's the quantum titties, dude. They both exist in a state of balls and tits, depending on how you observe them. Now give them back. Not on the house. What are you talking about, dude? You gotta pay top dollar for that, bimbo. That's just part of the formula. You remind me about how big my tits are, and they go away. It's like asking the teacher for homework. Gotta show the cash, bro, if you want to see the bulbs. That's right. Tell him, Chengdu. Oh, by money, I mean channel points. It's free. You don't have to actually spend money. You don't have to spend money. You do have to watch me for X amount of time, though. I don't know how long it takes to get 1,000 channel points. But it's the do it jiggle redeem. Fake money, not real money. That would be evil. I'd still throw money at you, and I'll take it. Every day of the week, baby. I'm still looking for my forever sugar daddy. Looking for a sugar cat daddy since you're a cat snack? That's right. You know what's funny? I'm not a big fan of candy. It's not a sex thing. I don't like I don't like hard candy. I feel like it tastes like soap. I just don't like the like artificial floral flavors. It's just kind of like tastes weird. Let's extend the leg out. Does that look right? Don't think it does. Something off about it for me. Alright, here's my collection of fellas. Yeah, I'm also looking for a sugar daddy. I'd be damned to work a 9 to 5 till I die. Yeah, amen, bro. For real money, I expect at least one nip. I don't think you want to see my hairy tits, dude. Actually, some of you might, but it's not gonna happen. What layer is she on? I gotta clean up this lady. I love chocolate, but I need to cut back on it. See, I don't mind chocolate. I don't mind chocolate at all. I'm a chocolate enjoyer. I'm just not a hard candy enjoyer. You know what I mean? It really is like a hard candy thing. I don't mind like chocolate and shit. I just like bonbons and shit like that just ain't my thing. Thankfully, I discovered that a small bowl of oatmeal with French vanilla coffee syrup, sugar-free, actually works great. Yeah, that is a fantastic hack. If you want to really make it a little bit more hearty, throw in some like bland vanilla like protein powder and just mix that in there. Don't microwave it because it gets a little like chalky, but if you mix it in, very, 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 very nice. I might be gay, but I'd switch and take a sugar mommy too. I'm straight, so unless they're paying top dollar, I'm exclusively talking sugar mommies. House husband do seem like a dream job, not gonna lie. Amen, bro. I think I want to shift all of these hips and stuff over. No straight guy has ever had to defend his straightness this much. Well, I feel it's because half my audience is gay, so I have to reiterate. I don't wanna horny bait anyone, you know? It ain't gonna happen. I'm just doing a public service. How much to be gay stack? I don't know. Show me the money and we'll talk. Straight non-furry guys makes content for the gay furries. gotta get that bag, dude. The economy's rough these days, you know? Boy. I'd be more than happy to be some CEO lady's trophy husband. I'll keep my booty in the kitchen for that easy life. That's right. Barefoot and cooking, Polly. Get to work. Just need to clean the house, hit the gym, prepare the food, and look good. Where do I sign? Once you find out, let me know. Ooh, these proportions are a little weird. The circle looks a little skewed. I'm not very good at doing, like, cylinders. Something like that, maybe. I'm ready. Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm a little thing. I think this leg would just be longer. Illusion never changed into something real. Wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. See just what was there, some holy light. I don't care. How I feel. I'm naked on the floor. These hips look weird. They don't look wide enough to me. Gonna make this lady a little thicker, dude. Also, this hip ball is lower than that one, even though there's an elevation on that side of the hip. And this would be the load-bearing hip, so I need to move everything over, I think. Something like that. Had young viral breeding pig looking for rich CEO dummy mommy to serve. Will cook, clean, rear young, and be available for reproduction at all times. Is this your personal ad, Jadu? Quite bold. You're a hard worker, dude. Nothing right on time. And I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Into something real. This guy's like way too light. I am technically a published poet. Where? You got publications? I guess don't say where, you might dox yourself. Maybe I'm just fine. I think I'm gonna lower this. Only when I'm here, only when I'm gone. Yeah. When I was in year 6, we all wrote poems and sent them to a publication. They compiled it into a book and sold that book about it now. Thinking about it now, it was child labor, but I'm technically a published poet. Well, now your next poem could be about your trauma as a child employee for a British middle school. I cannot tell my friends. I'm alive and I'm alone. I feel like this character needs to be way bigger. I need to do a scale check on this one. She feels really small to me. On me when I'm gone. Me when I'm there. Let's do a little scale check here. If I could. Let's do some scale checking. Okay, let's say it's gonna have to go to roughly here. So this is gonna go like that. It's gonna be really hard because it's gonna be off the canvas. You know what? I'm gonna do it a different way. I'm gonna bring the character forward this way instead. Just gonna make my life a little easier here. So if I track, probably these two lines are roughly where she's positioned. So if I track this outer line here, tell me when I'm wrong. Right there. Okay. Thing only for your good. I'm gonna say it's roughly. I'm just guessing here. I'm gonna say roughly that width. If I extend that over, drag that down. This is gonna go to like here. So at that point there. This other one is gonna go to roughly here. That's kind of the width of the front plane of the face, which is quite a bit bigger. Like if that's the head should be about this size, roughly. So if I lower that, her head's a little small. I'm gonna make her a bit bigger. Not like massively bigger, but I do want it to match a little bit more like that. We'll leave that on. The fuck? That's better. That's better. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to think if I should do another one. Or if I should try a different perspective. I kind of want to do 3-point, but I need to do like a control. Like, I don't know if you guys see this character here and this character here. They're both neutral 3/4 because they're my controls. They're basically how I measure like all the elevations and the heights and the perspectives and all that stuff to keep things consistent across all the characters. And I don't know how to draw a control in a 3-point perspective. I need to look at a reference probably, but that's a really hard thing to find. 3-point is something I really want to get good at drawing at, though. This was just sort of my, like, starter. I could draw characters in 2-point pretty easily. 3-point is really going to be the challenging one. I will say, drawing all these characters, I feel like I got a lot more comfortable drawing in perspective. This was a fun exercise. It didn't take that long, either. Converting them to actual fleshed-out characters would be interesting, though. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all this shit. I'm going to put it all in here. I'm going to put you in here, too. I'm going to make a new folder. I'm going to call it 2-point. We're going to drop these 2 folders in there. I'm going to go take a piss, and then I'm going to just say fuck it, and I'm going to start a 3-point perspective. BRB. Piss time. It's piss o'clock. Hello, we're getting raided. Sorry, I just disappeared for 2 minutes. I just got back. Give me 1 second. I don't know. I think my audio is a little messed up. There we go. I was switching my Bluetooth headphones. Give me a second here. I can only hear out of one ear. It's very annoying. How you doing, Sukaren? How's it going, dude? How's life? I'm just gonna be messing around with some audio settings for 2 seconds here. I think one of my earbuds is like off or something. Give me a sec. What were you up to? Last category, art. Dude, I'm gonna give you a proper greeting. In 2 seconds. I really just gotta fix my audio setting. Can you bear with me for like 1 minute? I just gotta restart my earbuds. Okay. Okay, is that working now? Let's see. I only have sound coming out of one earbud. What the fuck is happening? Anyways, I'll deal with that later. How's it going, Suckeren? How's it going, dude? What are you working on? Looks fun. I'm just doing some figure practice. I'm practicing perspective characters. That's really it. I'm just doing like mannequins in perspective. Right now we're doing 2-point perspective, so we're doing just a bunch of straight up characters, putting them in different poses. Normally we sketch other things, you know, we've done sketches like this, just a bunch of head designs and whatever, blah, blah, blah. We do, this was the one that actually triggered me into going into practice mode, because I was trying to do this character and it just was not working. But yeah, we do a little bit of everything, you know, a lot of sketching, a lot of random shit, just kind of whatever comes to mind. Yeah, just sort of a bit of everything. And today we're just doing practice, mostly. Actually, the next few weeks we're just going to be doing practice, mostly. But yeah, dude, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I like the flow of the poses of these guys. Thanks, man. I mean, I try and get gesture. I feel like this gesture's a little weak. Got some zigzaggy lines to break up the visual flow, but what are you going to do? You know, they can't all be perfect. This is just practice, really. But what were you up to, dude? Do you have anything you want to share? If you want, you're more than welcome to drop links. There's no restrictions on links for raiders, so feel free to drop some links and we'll take a little peeky poo at what Sukaren was doing. I'm gonna restart my earbuds while you do that, because I'm going crazy just having sound coming out of one ear. Okay, time to switch to the big headphones again. I just cave and use the 3D models if I'm too lazy. Yeah, that's fair. This exercise is essentially just trying to train myself to not rely on reference as much and just being able to sort of spatially understand positioning and things. Whether that's effective or not, I don't know. It seems to be okay. Just kind of depends. One of these days, the link will be hardcore porn. Hopefully, that day is not today. Let's take a look at what Sakura was sending. Been working on this birthday gift for my friend. Oh shit, dude! This shit crazy. This shit crazy, Suckeren. Let's take a little peek. Take a look at what we got here. Woo-wee! My oceanless in pain. This is sick, dude. This is really nice. Solid. I like the Dutch angle. Very nice. You must really love your friend. I mean, if you pay me enough. Please, we just met. We just met. No porn in the Twitch chat. No matter how much my mods tempt you to the dark side, bro. What happened to the rodent? That's a really good question. What the hell happened to the rodent? Let me spawn him back. My PNG tuber died. Just having all kinds of technical difficulty issues right now. By the way, no music? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. I'm listening to music right now, so you guys are getting music cucked. You guys are just watching me listen to music. Give me a second. I'm a good streamer, I promise. Normally it's not this bad. Oh, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. How do I cancel this shit? Will survive. Anything for you. There we go. Now you guys don't have to just listen to me humming along to shit you can't hear. I will not die in your time of dying. Oh no, are you in ads? Just do acapella, bro. I could. I don't know if I'm that skilled though. All right, the mouse PNG tuber is back. We got Sukaren's drawing here. Bro, this is actually really fucking nice, dude. I don't know if you can hear me or if you're watching ads right now, but this is fantastic. This is very, very, very nice. Very unexpected. It's always nice to see, like, just cracked artists pop in, dude. I appreciate it. I'm gonna give you a little follow. But yeah, welcome in, dog. What are you up to today? And also, if you got shit to do, or you gotta go somewhere, or you gotta poop, eat, whatever, don't let me stop you. You're not my hostage. The world is your oyster. Go explore it if you want to. But obviously, I'm biased. I want you to hang out. But if not, it's okay. I get the best sleep when I cry myself to bed, so it's no big deal. Also, I love the suggested list starting with pooping. Sometimes streams are long, you know? Can't be turtling it all day. It's not good for you. Sukaren, thank you for the follow. Also, if I'm butchering your name, please let me know. My instinct is to go Sukaren or Sukuren, but I don't know. Sukuren sounds suggestive, and we just met. So before I start mocking and making fun of you and negging you, maybe I should make a good impression, you know? Now we're close enough on stream for me to poo. Wait, what? I'm sorry. What the fuck did I just read? No, we're close enough on stream for me to poo on stream. We get to hold hands and everything. You do shit streams? Twitch gone too far. We need a new category for that. You know, it's a funny story, Sukuren. I have a guy who would really love that. There's a guy in my community who pops in like every quarter, let's say. We're gonna use corporate terminology. He pops in every few months, and his name is HFP. I call him HFP. It stands for Hyper Flippy Pasta, I think. And he comes in, and he always asks me to draw a woman shitting every time, without fail. And we used to be a much smaller channel, and when we were smaller, we would entertain the idea. And by entertain, I don't mean that we would draw women shitting on stream. But what we would do is we would just sort of indulge the idea. And he would always go into these deep home defense fantasies around self-defense involving poop as a central theme, which is, anyways. Your comment about pooping on your stream made me think of that, so, thanks, I guess. I mean, for the right price. It feels like you'll do anything for the right price, dude. That's what I'm understanding at this point. Well, look, Sukuren, if people want to buy things off of you, porn, poop, smut, whatever, apparently, where could they find you? Where could they DM you or, VGen you or Reddit you or, blue sky your ass? I don't know. If you got links, drop them in chat. Go crazy, dog. Do a little self-promo. You earned it. Just DM me everywhere, man. You heard it here, folks. If you guys want poop smut or hardcore porn, and potentially other things that you and only Sukuren will know about in your DMs, you know where to find them. And with that, dude, I'm gonna set up my my 3-point perspective canvas. That was just about what I was gonna do before my my headphones started fucking poo-pooing all over the place. I still want to swap my headphones, but my Bluetooth earbuds just were not working well. The issue is when I stream, I'm in shrimp mode, right? So I'm pointing my head down most of the stream, and because I'm wearing these over-ear headphones, they're very heavy, and they tend to like give me a sore neck. So I switched to my lighter Bluetooth earbuds that just sort of pop in the ear, but they were being stupid earlier. So I'm gonna try it again at the expense of fucking up all of my audio settings again. But I can't tank this. My neck is so weak and frail. I got a tiny little mouse neck, you know. So I'm gonna go into standing mode. A man will do everything just to avoid sitting straight. That's right. You know me too well, dude. But yeah, also, I don't know if you answered me. How do I pronounce your name? Do I just go with Suck? That seems so wrong. It's my boy Suck. It's like I've always been here. You're just part of the furniture, dude. Okay. Let's try this again. Earbud mode, activate. It's all good. I don't care. Oh, now it works. Now it works. Okay. Now my music is gone again. Don't worry, it's coming back. And we're back. You have a chatter called Piss, too. That's true. My favorite lesbian, Piss. She loves sucking toes, too. She's a toe sucker. Don't let her near your toes, dude. Oh, and I'm a chick, but that too I don't care about. The poop drawing, smut commission taking, suck named lady streamer. Insane combo, dude. What a find. What a raid. We got a freaking diamond in the rough. That's me. Yeah, don't worry, I won't wear it out. My PNG tuber is a bit of a threat as well. Are you a cat? Is that what's happening? Are you a cat? All right, let's see this. I'm gonna go creep your channel now. Make a stock. We're on a little exploration. Oh, we got the Nickelback thumbnail. Hell yeah, dude. I don't see your PNG tuber on your recent VOD. I see a massive image of Chad Kroger. A picture frame of your canvas. I don't have my audio on because it's gonna blast through on my YouTube stream, and then people are just gonna hear you in the background. You know what? Fuck it. No one's listening on YouTube right now. It's a bit of a ghost town. Oh, are you a mic-less VTuber, or do you have a mic? I'm asking too many questions. I do have a mic, yeah? Hell yeah, dude. I've got about a billion different audio streams going on right now, so I can't hear too clearly without messing around with them. But I will check you out after stream. I promise, you have my word. Scout's honor. I've never been a scout, but just believe me, okay? My PNG tuber is Chad Kroger. You are the Chad Kroger. Damn. Do people ever call like make fun of you and call you Nippleback, or are they polite and they just stick to Nickelback? Dude, what the hell are we listening to right now? Nippleback? That's on my list now? My bad. Well, there you go. I've contributed to your community, dude. We're enriching the culture, that's all. Also, how you doing, Fat Wombat? What's up, dude? Oh, shit, Fat Wombat. You raided in from Suckerin? Damn. I know Fat Wombat. Me and Fat Wombat go way back. What up, Fat Wombat? How's life? Is this where you hang out post-Vi stream? Yeah, dude, I brought her in. Oh, all the synapses are firing, dude. I'm making the connections now. I'm part of the insider clique. Thank you, Fat Wombat, for redirecting Suckerin here. I would have never discovered this poop-themed streamer. if it weren't for you. That's awesome, dude. I just checked out the stream. The Nickelback PNG tuber is killing me. Stream canceled? No, you can't. Poop streamer? Hey, you said it, dude. You said it. All right. I'll correct it if that's not what you want to go by. Oh, I see. Chad Kroger is the PNG tuber. I see. Okay. I get it, dude. That's dope. So I guess okay, if you're a fat wombat, if Fat Wombat consumes your stream, okay, does that also mean that you know Vi and like that squad of VTubers? Or is it no relation? Who? Virusi. Society. Oh my god, Adobe, fuck off. Sorry, I keep getting pop-ups for Adobe. Okay, let's set up the freaking... Where the hell is it? The 3-point perspective grid. Let's do this shit. I don't want to waste my time. No, Wombat is slowly introducing me to their friends, and you're the exemplary first? Damn, bro. I'm popping the network cherry. That's crazy. I'm a hard person to start with. That's insane. He brought you here as a training wheel network opportunity? Wombat, what are you thinking? Technically second, you did meet the piss streamer. There's a piss streamer too? I'm sensing a theme here. You guys are like Zelda sages, but instead of having like elements, it's like piss shit. When's the cum streamer gonna raid me, dude? Okay. Let me reorient this frickin' these vanishing points. The avatar of the bodily secretions. The human cake streamer. I don't like that. I know what the human cake is. I hate that. My time becoming a casualty of society. I don't want a top-down one. I want a bottom-up one. I want to be looking up at my... I want to be looking down at my creations. My time again. Let's make more grid lines. What the fuck? Where are the grids? Why are there no more grid lines? Man, had I known their official title. It's crazy. Small world. Piss streamer, shit streamer. What's on the agenda today, Suck? What are you getting up to today? Anything crazy? Anything fun? What the fuck is happening? Oh, fuck. No, okay, never mind. Rainbow shot inside and outside. Claustrophobic. Catastrophic. Let's get rid of these guys. Yeah, I've got fun plans for tonight. Competitive sleeping. Damn, are you ranked? Top 500? The competition's between me and my bed. Oh, I go through that battle every fucking night. My bed tends to win, though. I'm a little bit of an insomniac. Ooh woo. Top 1%? Hell yeah, dude. We love that for you. Okay, I'm gonna minimize your thing just because I'm challenging myself with this insane perspective. I'm also probably gonna push it way more. This does not look top down enough for me. I want this more extreme. I want to feel like the person's forehead is like fucking half the screen. Let's I don't want a Dutch angle though. I want to keep it neutral. I think I kind of tweaked it a little bit too much. Do I want to add a floor grid? Hello, Bissy. How you doing, big dog? I didn't know CSP had a perspective tool like that. Sure does. You could even do like Dutch angles and all kinds of crazy shit. The VP's a little off canvas. I don't really need the floor grid. I think I'm gonna bring the horizon line way up. Just like move this bitch all the way up here. Like off canvas. What's a Dutch angle? It's basically, if you know what, we're gonna use Suck's drawing here as an example. So if you look here, if you add forgive me for what I'm about to do to your drawing, Suck. It's all for educational purposes. But I'm gonna be drawing over it, okay? If you look at the horizon line, and you can see the horizon line relatively effectively, because the horizon line is really low here. The way you can tell the horizon line is low is that all the curvatures are sort of extreme upward curves like this. But essentially, like, a Dutch angle is a tilted horizon line. So if I take a regular standard environment, right, like, let's say there's a bedroom here, or whatever. This would be like a 2-point perspective. And then if I tilt this at an angle, it creates what's called a Dutch angle. And it's usually a composition tool used in film to create like unease or anxiety or like a sense of I don't know if it's always negative emotion, but it's typically used for like negative emotion or like your whole world is off tilter or like picture like the character just has like a massive reveal and they're getting like a pan out as the character starts to feel really small in the environment. And then maybe they'll pan out and they'll tilt the canvas to make it feel like his whole world is collapsing. That's sort of like how it's used in illustration a lot of the time. So that's typically how Dutch angles are used. But they're also used as just illustrative tools. Like, and the way Suck used it here is they basically used it as like an illustrative tool. It just adds visual interest, right? So that's also another way you can use it. But essentially, it's taking what's typically a flat horizon line. Sorry, I got interrupted by the stupid fucking clanker in my Spotify. It's usually taking the horizon line and tilting it on an angle. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. And it just evokes a different type of emotion. That's all. Like, this would be like a Dutch angle. It doesn't really work as well with the 3-point perspective, because then it just kind of feels like isometric a little bit, kind of like a video game. Like, think of like Cult of the Lamb or whatever. But for me, it was a girl don't fit. I guess that was my world collapsing. I see. Okay, time to draw some shit. For the rest of my life. This is the one good thing Jared Leto's done, dude, is this song. Dun, dun. But yeah, time to hit the hay and shit. All right, go take your shit, and then well, I would recommend taking the shit and then hitting the hay. Just it works better in my experience. But I wish you a good one. Thank you for popping in. I'll catch you around, and maybe I'll pop into your stream. I probably will. I work during the day, so if you have like weird streaming hours, you'll probably never see me. But if you stream in the evening, I'll pop in. I'm EST, by the way, but. Man, killing me. From your experience, you're truly experienced? Yeah, would you like to know, Suck? That's a Patreon exclusive, okay? We don't give that one out for free. Good night. What up, Chili Vibe? How you doing, big dog? Hello. Hello. Okay, I gotta kind of plan the orientation here. This is a much more interesting perspective, but it's gonna be real rough. Thanks so much for the good company. It was fun meeting you, and good night, everybody. Sayonara, big dog. Have a good one. I think the rib cage would be kind of like this. This is definitely gonna taper as it goes down. I'm trying to do like my little factory issue guy here. Just like a stock thing that I can reference if I need to. You doing critiques anytime these days? Oh yeah. I told NFT I'd give him a critique earlier, but he never came back. If you need some feedback, let me know. I'll go over your shit. This don't feel right. I need to, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna lock the grid. And then we're gonna do our shit this way. The pelvis is gonna be like here-ish. Legs. Legs. I think I'm gonna make the legs a little lower. You know what? I could do a little math, I guess. You know what we're going to do? We're going to plan from the top of the head here. I'm just going to grab a reference. I'm going to clear out Suck's thing here. Sorry, Suck. Forgive me. And we're going to grab a default pose. Let's do... Let's do Loomis measurements. And we're going to grab Loomis body proportions. Body proportions. Can you see their penises? Kind of. Maybe I should grab a different reference. Art body proportions. I'm just gonna box it out. Just gonna do it easy. Okay, here's a dickless version. Just so I don't do it incorrectly, you know? Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to basically... The width of the head is basically one head width on either side, or the width of the body. It's going to be something like this, probably, roughly. I don't want to draw on this layer. I'm going to do a new layer. I'm going to call it measurement. Measurement. We're going to make it red. She streams from like 8 to 11 a.m. my time, and I'm PST. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to do the math. PST, that's 3 hours behind me. Oh, I'm never going to see her. From 8 to 11 a.m. I'd be, like, going to work. Weekends or weekdays? Well, even on weekdays, that's really early. I'll do my best, Wombat. Okay. We're going to box this out. And we're going to plan our proportions this way. So we're going to do that. We're going to lower this down to like here, let's say. That'll be like our whole character. I don't really like how extreme the perspective is. It's a little too extreme. I'm going to widen the vanishing points just a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to undo this. Fuck. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't even draw it on the right layer. Ain't that something? Okay, now we're going to do a box. Maybe not that big. Let's do to like... Yeah, it's the same thing. Let's do to like here. Stand there and watch me burn. Okay, now what we're going to do, we're going to divide this box in half, and that's going to give us the crotch line. Okay, so that it's we're trying to get like a general feel of where everything's going to line up. So let's lock this, or let's go unlock it, sorry. Take the line tool, and we're gonna, the way you find the middle of a square is you just connect the diagonals, and that'll give you the middle, where they intersect. So that's where the crotch is gonna be. So that's how push that perspective is. So now we're gonna lock it again. Actually, I'm gonna do it on both sides. I'm gonna just connect these. No. Never mind, I won't. Okay. So now we got the crotch line. Just gonna stand there and hear me right. Okay. That's where the crotch is gonna be. Should line up roughly, yeah. So now, if we want to find where the nipples are going to be, we just divide it again in half. See, easy. Now we don't have to guess. It looks fancy, but it really isn't. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this in blue. Tanuki, welcome. Welcome back, Big Rat. Thank you, Tanuki. How you doing, big dog? Or Big Tanuki? Watch me burn. I'm doing A-okay. Hell yeah, dude. You're catching us in the middle of a little bit of an educational segment. We're drawing a character in perspective, because we just wrapped up doing like a bunch of characters in a 2-point perspective, and now we're moving on to doing them in a 3-point perspective. Well, I say characters, really it's just a bunch of boxes, but and I'm telling people right now how they can find these points here. And the big one is essentially you just start with drawing a box. Doesn't matter how you draw the box or anything. You draw a box, connect the diagonals of that box, and it'll find the exact middle line in that perspective to that box. And so that indicates where the crotch is. And now we're looking for the nipples, which is this blue X here. I'm going to go back to my measurement layer. I'll walk back to snap back to the grid. There you go. Nipples. Chin is going to be halfway here and there. That's alright, because I love the way you look. I'm going to actually have to find their orientation in space here. Shit. Keep up the good work, everyone. Following along. Thanks, big dog. The reason I'm drawing, by the way, I'm drawing these slices is because they're not all going to be in the same position. Some of them are going to be farther back in space. Some of them are going to be farther out in space. And these slides here, or these like little dividers, are going to help me sort of orient myself a little bit better when I'm doing my mannequin. And then this mannequin's basically going to be my control for all my other mannequins. Just the same way we did before. Okay, now I'm going to find just below the knees. The knees are kind of actually in between these, but we're going to go just below the knees here. So let's find this X. So the way to do that, I'm going to go purple. Whoops, I'm locked still. Purple. Now we're going to lock it again. And this is very slow, it's very boring. But once we figure this out, it'll really help orient us for everything else. I actually wanted to finish this. Oopsies. Have a good lurk, dude. Appreciate you popping in. Day out of here. It's okay. It used to be way worse, and I had one of my mods change it. Because it was like straight up mean. It was basically just like, oh wow, you don't want to watch me anymore type deal. I didn't make it that way. One of my mods did, and I was like, bro. We can't make people, we can't guilt people for leaving. And these aren't like perfectly, whatever, it's fine. I think what we're going to do also is we're just going to do the green one now, which is going to be the top one here. Do I want green? Let's do orange. Going under, going under. He's evil. I know, Boba's the most evil mod. But yeah, I'll be lurking alongside stream. Hearts and smiles. Do your thing, big dog. Appreciate you popping in. Have a good one. Okay, I'm not connected. I do want to snap to the line. And I want to switch to my brush. I really don't want to listen to Linkin Park right now. Sorry, Linkin Park. Oh my god. My commands on my earbud aren't working. Midnight Suki. Holy. Oh my god. Can you shut up, bot? What up, Midnight Suki? Long time no see. How's it going? How's life, dude? You're catching me in a very boring time of my life. Also, welcome back, Jadu. Hello, my friend, we made a girl. Well, we begin. Like forever. In my home of memories. I remember when you are with me. Snack, how long you been drawing for? It's a very complicated question. If I were to like mash all of the years of drawing together into a consistent timeline, because the reality is, I've taken 3-year hiatuses where I didn't pick up a pen for 3 years. You know, I've had times where like I drew less, drew more. So it's a really hard thing to say. The last 2 years, I've probably drawn more than I ever have in my life. So if I were to mash everything together and get rid of all the hiatuses and stuff, probably about 5 years. If you include all the hiatuses, almost closer to 10 probably. I've been on and off, sick, and like I've been taking mini hiatuses randomly for my mental health. I get that, dude. I think that's a good approach. Are you feeling better though? These days? He's there when you are with me. Okay, now I'm gonna draw my boy. So we're going to start with the head, and we're going to put the head probably somewhere around here. We'll fly. It's a very long head. Streaming when I feel mentally up for it, and I've been touching more grass. It's the best way to deal with mental health issues, I find. Just go touch grass. I need to do that more. Your art looks phenomenal for 5 years of experience. I mean, it's not just like a straight 5 years, right? Like, it's like, it's probably closer to 10. But it's because I went to art school, you know, I had, like, the years I drew, I had really focused drawing. But I started drawing, to give you an idea, I started in, like, 20... Okay, it's hard to say. Like, I've drawn on and off most of my life, okay? But when I was drawing, like, pre-2016, I would maybe do, like, one drawing a year. It was, like, nothing really, you know? It wasn't like I was actively practicing or had any interest in becoming an artist or anything like that. I would just every now and then just draw something. And it really was just, like, 1 or 2 drawings a year. And then in 2016, I decided I'm going to try and become, like, a professional artist. And I took it really seriously. My first year, I made a lot of improvement. And then the year after that, I got into art school, and I did 4 years there. So this is probably about 4 years of consistent drawing, or 5 years of consistent drawing. Yeah, okay, you know what? It's probably closer to 7 years of consistent drawing, rather than 10, or 5. It's probably closer to 7 years of drawing. It's really, but it's hard to give, like, an answer, you know? Fuck. Enigmart Drive, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't want to be chronically on the internet, especially because it contributes to the stress. But I saw you live and really wanted to say hi. I appreciate it, dude. And I get that. I appreciate it. I'm very happy to see you. So, thank you for popping in. Thank you for thinking of me, dude. If you gotta go touch grass, don't let me hold you. I get it. Try to make this like a perfect cube. Won't be replaced. Jesus Christ. I do think though, Black Knight, if people are like consistent with their practice, and when I say like consistent, what I really mean is like, are you? I'm trying to draw, but I'm locked on my grid right now. Give me a sec. Are you following the cycle? What are you drawing? I'll show you in 2 seconds. Are you following the sort of learning cycle of art? Like, are you drawing? And I've talked about this a lot, and I'm gonna keep repeating this because I think this is really important. Are you drawing, and then when you fail something, okay? So let's say you fail a drawing. Do you then? I'm gonna do it a little bit more like this. Fail. Do you then go and reinforce that failure with a study of theory? That's how you improve your art at a really accelerated pace, okay? You fail something, say you're trying to foreshorten an arm, you don't know how, you go study it, and then maybe somebody will talk about rotating cylinders in space and all this stuff, and then, you know, then you'll get a little bit better at drawing forms being foreshortened. You know, this is the type of stuff that you need to like really sort of hammer down. And you need to, every single time you fail something or you're struggling on something, it's super duper 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 important. Heavy emphasis on you need to reinforce it with theory or tutorials or knowledge or some source that is objectively accurate. Okay, like a reference image, whatever. Okay, but that's the cycle. You draw. If you fail, you reinforce that failure with theory, and then you attempt it again. You draw again. And then if you fail, you reinforce that failure with theory, blah, 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 and you cycle and cycle. Anyways, but to answer your question, sorry, Enigmart, what we're doing is we're practicing perspective drawing. So we just did a whole bunch of characters. I'm just going to move this in here. We just did a whole bunch of characters in 2-point perspective. And so now I'm doing some 3-point perspective characters, and I'm just basically trying to get comfortable at drawing in different perspectives, you know. And so that's it, really. But normally we're drawing, you know, characters. We do like a lot of sketching and stuff like that, stuff like this. These were I really didn't like this page, to be quite honest. Some characters like this, and then you know just yeah. So a little bit of everything. We're kind of all over the place with what we draw. And then I was struggling with this pose. I was trying to do a top-down perspective from imagination. I was just really struggling with it, which is why we're just doing this drill, basically. I'm doing that for clothing folds since I'm horrible at drawing it for my characters. Yeah, exactly. You struggle, you reinforce with theory, and then you try it again. And that's why, like, I think there's a lot of people that overuse tutorials, okay? If you're somebody who catches yourself consuming tutorial content all the time without actually drawing, like if you're watching a video on how to draw or color hair, okay? And then immediately after that, you're watching a tutorial on how to color skin tones or whatever. And then you're watching a tutorial on how to draw folds, or you're watching a tutorial. If you find yourself serially watching tutorials, and in between those tutorials, you never go to draw and apply it, you're wasting your time. It's a waste of time to do that. You're getting like a dopamine boost that makes you feel accomplished because you're taking in some sort of lecture. And maybe you'll retain like 5% of it, but until you're applying it, it's not going to serve you. And what you should really be doing is you run into a challenge while you're drawing something. Then, when you hit that challenge, let's say I don't know how to color hair or something like that. Then I pause my drawing. I go watch a tutorial on a style of hair that I want to color, or, you know, I find a reference image on Pinterest or take a course, whatever, okay? And then I immediately, after I consume that content, I immediately go back and apply it. And if it works, if I'm able to apply it, okay, then I can move on and try other things. If I can't, then I go back to like theory again. And that's the rinse and repeat cycle of learning in art. And if you do that, you're going to grow a lot as an artist. if you just chronically consume tutorials, and I say this from a point of experience, because I certainly, when I was a beginner artist, just took in as much information as I could, and you should. But if you're at a point where you feel like you've plateaued and you really want to improve, you have to start laser focusing in on issues. So that's sort of what I'm doing here with my my perspective studies. But yeah, so it's just very easy to make yourself feel like you're learning when you're not really learning by just consuming. You know? That's sort of like, it's a double-edged sword. You can play with my mind. Nice box drawing, big dog. Thank you, Cut. I think I've chilled out on tutorials ever since I bought an art course. Still watch some from time to time. Art courses are fantastic, depending on the course, obviously, but they're usually a lot richer, and you can use them as a single source to go back to regularly, because they're more fleshed out, you know? And usually, hopefully, you're taking an art course from an artist that you'd like to emulate. You know, that would be another one, too, because you want to consume art tutorials and stuff of content that you would like to actually draw like, you know? If you're constantly studying oil painters, that's probably going to translate a little bit to digital, but you really should be studying digital processes and stuff like that. If you want more bang for your buck in terms of like how you consume content. But anyways, we're getting really nitty gritty with it. So you don't have to go that like turbo autistic on like how you study, but if you want to be efficient, that's what I would recommend. The Proco course is so good. I think about art differently now. Yeah, Proco's course is really, really, really well fleshed out for anatomy. I take Sungmoo Ho's course on Colosso. Calixart, how's it going, dude? How's it going? But yeah, anyways, back to this freaking thing. So this right here, guys, is the nipple line, which means my nipples are basically going to be somewhere around here, which means the top of my ribcage is going to be probably somewhere around here. I'm basically building a sample mannequin right now to help me orient myself in perspective as I'm drawing this. And I know the ribcage has a subtle tilt to it. I'm actually going to reduce the opacity on my measurement layer just because it's a little much. And I feel like my perspective is still kind of wonky here. It's going well. I'm just checking out art streams. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Well, look, if you want a little tour, because right now we're doing. I just gave the tour 2 seconds ago, but we were doing, perspective studies, 2-point perspective. Some guys climbing here, running, whatever, all kinds of shit. Normally we do illustration stuff, so a lot of character design, a lot of just sketching random shit. Yeah, just these are some samples, I guess, of things I draw. But yeah, and right now today's a training session, so that's the tour. I'm taking Proco's beginner right now. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, if you got recommendations, I'd be open to hear. I'm taking Sungmoo Ho's course. He's got 4 on Colosso. I think if you're a beginner who's really struggling with proportions and anatomy and stuff like that, his course on designing stylish characters is very good. It goes through everything. One thing to note, it's in Korean with English subtitles, so it's all subtitled. But if you're somebody who does not like consuming content that way, then just a little big asterisk there. I see. I'm really bad at perspective in 2D. I usually just do 3D where I don't have to worry about perspective as much. Yeah, that's fair, dude. What kind of 3D stuff you like to draw? Okay, I'm trying to think. If this was a character standing straight, he'd be kind of like tilted like this, right? The head would be sort of like this. The neck would be going like a little bit. This would actually be a little bit flatter. And the neck would be like that. And then the pelvis would be like this. And the legs. This. I think my ribcage is a little small here. Something like that. Okay. This line here is farther in space relative to the front plane here. So if this is the front plane here, this is going to extend down, and it's going to come and intersect roughly, probably around here. So I think this is actually where the top of the rib cage would be. Probably something more like that. For some reason, that pose makes me think of JoJo. This one, I just kind of rushed it real quick. I just kind of wanted a model I could go off of that I'm comfortable with. Oh shit, Hugo Fallen. How you doing, big dog? I could do. How you guys doing? I really like JoJo. Don't worry, it's not an insult. Oh, I didn't think it was an insult. How's it going? How was your stream? Let me give you a little shout out real quick, dude. You're catching me in the middle of the most boring, just practice stream. It's just nothing but practice today. But I'm gonna give you a little shout out, big dog. Let's see. Do a shout out. What do we got? Hugo Fallen. Hugo Fallen. Why does that sound familiar? I'm gonna check out your channel. I feel like I've seen you before. Oh, we got a 3. Oh, yeah, you're the 3D modeler. Oh, no, you sculpt. No, never seen you, actually. What am I saying? I've never seen you, but unless you've been in Gladsask's channel before, maybe that's where I recognize the name from. Saw boxes, assumed practice. Yeah, what we're doing today, basically, and also, Hugo, shut. Oh my god, could you shut up? Sorry, I'm talking to the bot, not you. If you have anything you want to share, you know the deal, bro. You're more than welcome to. I'm just kind of planning. We just finished doing an entire, like, perspective 2D study of different mannequins and stuff. And now we're doing some 3-point things. So that's going to be the plan for the next hour or so before I wrap up stream. But yeah. Boring. I think chill fits better. I'm liking stream so far. I'll take it. I'll take that, baby. Hell yeah. Sculpting Orc in Tutu here. Oh, shit, I can't say no to that. Oh my god, dude. This is so sick. Oh, is this the fucking Orc from Lord of the Rings? It is. Oh, I see Doomfruit follows you and Gladsask. I mean, we basically know all the same people. Hell yeah, dude. Check this shit out. I don't have my screen share on, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste. I'm going to turn off my grid too, because it's going to be... Check this out, dude. This is insane. This is honestly so crazy. The amount of detail you put into this is fucking nuts, bro. This is so crazy. How long does it take you to do a thing like this? Oops. I have no idea what the concept of time is for, like, sculpting. I did sculpting a little bit in art school because they made us. If I'm the only one here that likes Delta Room, I'm gonna look real dumb. I'm like the least gamer dude ever. I'm like the most... I'm actually relatively normie, believe it or not. Despite LARPing as a mouse on the internet. I think that was the 75-hour mark. Still got a bit left. Crazy. That's crazy, dude. So nice. That's really solid. Well, look. Hugo, if you got stuff to do, you got places to be, don't let me hold you up, dude. Otherwise, you're welcome to hang out. We're just going to basically be doing some studies here. I'm just kind of blocking in a generic profile pose, just so that I have some measurements to go off of that are kind of aligned stylistically with how I draw. secret, very little secret. A little. And also, Hugo, you share your Instagram. If there's anywhere else you want to link to, be my guest, bro. Actually, I don't even really need this. What am I doing? I have like a... I pulled up the Loomis reference earlier. There she is. There she is, my beaut. I'm not gonna hide Hugo's thing though. Let me move this out of the way. LARPer, I prefer the term expert who doesn't know much. That's me, dude. I'm a gaming LARPer. I don't play games. I just watch lore videos online. Crazy. I don't play games much either, except I did get a Switch 2. I did it intentionally, because I feel like I need to chill the fuck out. I feel like I just spend all my time working, and it's not good for me. And so I need to actively, like, do things that restrict my ability to work. And so I bought a Switch 2, and my goal is to basically make myself play video games. So I've been playing through Ocarina of Time, which has been good. It's been not too bad. I think the ribcage is a little wider here. I'm at Ganon's Castle now, so I'm almost done. And then I might just play Majora's Mask or something. Who knows? Fuck. Oh, I've seen that human ref used before, I think. Oh yeah, it's a very popular one. This is from whatchamacallit. Am I gonna say it? Loomis. Andrew Loomis. Andrew Loomis? I think that's his name. It's like shameful that I don't know that. He's got a booty on him. Like God intended. Divine Psycho, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. There's a lot of new people joining us. I feel like I just gave a tour earlier of like what we've been working on the past little while, but I'll give the tour again, just so that the new people sort of know. It's not always just boring study streams. But normally we do like illustration stuff. We do, you know, this is like a thing that I was in the works. Stuff like this. We also animate. I didn't show any of the animations just because sometimes they take a while to buffer. But we do animate as well. And, yeah. Bulk bug bargain bin. God damn, dude, what a name. Holy. Thank you for the follow. Now, one thing about this is I feel like I need to be tapering this ribcage a little bit more because the perspective is really pushed. Not everything's going to be super duper parallel, and that's kind of the hard part of this perspective. So it's going to taper in a little bit. The question is, like, how much? Okay, the pelvis lines up more or less with the edge of the ribcage here. It's going to be kind of like here-ish. Coming around, always looking down. Hey, what up, Otter? How you doing, dude? Actually, how long ago was that? It was a long ago. I might be misremembering. I'm only 19. 19's unk status. Bro, I'm a senior citizen if that's the case. I have no idea what you're referencing. Andrew Loomis, he was like, pretty sure he died before I was born, and I'm old as shit, so. Okay. Now's the tricky part. So this is the base of the crotch, which is good. Below the knee is right here. So the knees are actually kind of like here. Which means the cylinders for the legs are kind of like here. They're going to be a little farther back in space also. Because they need to be below the body. I'm going to be mostly lurking while I paint, but I love your work. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Old as shit. Take it easy, dog. I mean, compared to a 19-year-old otter, I'm pretty freaking old. Fuck. Yoda, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. I still feel like the ribcage is kind of wide, especially on this side. No, an ad. Uh-oh. Ad hell. Otter, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. Thank you for taking care of colics. I'm gonna go for now. Have a good rest of the stream. And no worries, Kyoto. Have a good one, dude. The way I'm finding these shoulder places is I'm basically tracing these lines through in my mind. And that's going to sort of orient where the shoulders are positioned if they're even. I'm just going to have this shoulder sort of down. This one's going to be like pushed onto the hip here. The classic pose. You know what? I think if I'm putting my hand on my hip, my shoulder is actually going to orient a little farther back in space. So I'm gonna just position that a little differently. So we're gonna have this oriented this way, which means the cylinder, you're gonna see a little bit of the top plane here. And the cylinder, if you think as a landmark where the cylinder. By the way, is there a reason you don't draw through your boxes? Is it always helpful for perspective? You can draw through. I just it's very time consuming. I don't really like see much of a point for me, and I feel like it's just gonna make my canvas too busy. But if you're a beginner and you're not used to drawing like your boxes in perspective, I would highly recommend it. Yeah, because it like thinking through is really important. But it's just not like I could do it, I guess, but. It's just kind of, you know, not super duper important for what I'm trying to accomplish, I guess. Which is just sort of learn and get comfortable with drawing in perspective. But if, like I said, I would recommend it if you are a beginner. Kai will suffice. I know my user's hard to pronounce. Kai makes my life a bazillion times easier, dude. You have no idea. Now, the question now is, okay, where is my cylinder going to end? Well, if I look here, if you draw through on this guy, okay, his rib cage, I gotta draw above. His rib cage is roughly ending here, where this pinch is. That's the bottom of his rib cage. The elbow lines up more or less with the bottom of the rib cage. So for that, if I'm drawing the cylinder, it's going to line up in perspective roughly with the base of that rib cage there. And so, going back in space, it's going to be probably around here. And that's sort of how you can find your proportions. You just sort of track based off of what's already there. Oh no, entertain us. you're not going to see a whole lot of the... Normally, if you're doing like a shoulder joint or an elbow joint, you'd do one cylinder for the upper arm, elbow circle here, and then the other arm, like the forearm, would be something like this. But given that it's such an extreme top-down perspective, this cylinder is more or less going to fully cover that sphere. So you're not really going to see that joint. But you are going to see the cylinder coming out of there. I don't like that. I'm gonna bring these legs back in space. I still think... Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. How much did I draw on the wrong layer? I don't know. It is imperative the cylinder be unharmed. The cylinder must not be damaged. That's right. Anybody know how to get your cylinder out of a small M&M tube by chance? A microwaved M&M tube with mashed bananas? I'm drawing on the wrong layer. I felt that so much it hurts. It does hurt, dude. I'm the king of drawing on the worst layer ever, so you're gonna see that a lot. Yeah, no. I'm just gonna have this arm just go... you know what? I could have it come out, I guess. I'm just thinking, if that's the rib cage, if I'm drawing this rib cage in perspective, and it's arcing up from that base of the rib cage, it's actually going to extend a little farther out than what I have here. And then maybe, I don't know, what direction should we put it? We could have it coming straight at us. That could work. I don't know. And then, you know, have the hand out like this, maybe. I don't know, whatever. Hey, Snag Dad. What up, Dally? How you doing, big dog? I just wanted to pop in and say hello. I'll see y'all later. See you later, big dog. Thank you for popping in, Otter. Thank you for the gifted sub again to Colix. Appreciate it. Holy jump scare. What's the jump scare? Yeah, I'm going to move these legs back. And I'm also going to add the joints. If this is below the knee, just below the knee is going to start around here-ish, so the knee is going to be like a sphere roughly here. That means above the knee is more or less where the leg's going to be. I don't know why, but my headphones made that welcome really loud. Oh, shit. And to find the other knee, I'm literally just tracking this in perspective here. That's it. Like, in this case, it's a little too far forward. Wait, no, why does Twitch allow you to rewind? I'm just discovering this. It's a sub-only thing. So if you're subscribed to a streamer, you can rewind. I'm going to draw through on this one just because it's a bit complicated. And I'm just checking again. So my red line, my pink line here is the indication of below the knee, okay? So if the knee were lining up here, it would be just below here. Basically, this pink line is this line right here. Okay? And now this ankle line is probably around here-ish. So I think the ankle line could actually go lower, just based on this perspective. I'm just going to have the feet positioned a little differently. I just like the gesture that it creates. People IRL should just not have knees. It would make drawing easier. yeah, fair. And then I think what we'll do is we'll have the foot just be sticking out like this. Feels a little long to me for a foot. Just because it's so much farther down, I think it just makes sense to have it be a bit smaller. There you go. Here's my sample character, okay? So now I should be able to do things that are a little bit more dynamic. I'm just going to clean him up because he's very messy right now. No wonder I can never get perspective right. I always skip this and went straight to drawing fully made characters. It just depends on the extreme of the perspective that you want. Hips in different movements is the hardest thing for me to draw. Too many weird planes. There's only really so much your hips can pivot, right? Like they're not gonna. You're never gonna be able to twist. Like if your spine is like this, let's say, and your hips are front on like this, and your rib cage is like this. I'm just doing this real rough, and then your head's here or whatever. You're never gonna be able to turn your rib cage, your pelvis, like 180 degrees. I don't know what the full range of motion is, but you're never gonna be able to turn your pelvis like this, right? That would be insane. That would just snap your your lumbar spine. Like you would just be paralyzed. You'd break your back. You can definitely twist your body a little, your pelvis a little bit, but any more in a certain direction, and you have to also twist your thoracic spine or your thorax, or another word for your rib cage, essentially. Otherwise, you just can't. Like you can't keep your rib cage still and twist your pelvis that much. There's just not a lot of flexibility there, and so you're always gonna have that sort of narrow angular relationship, which it feels to me like it's like maybe like 30 degrees of movement, if I had to guess. Maybe I just have really bad mobility. But if I don't move my ribcage and I try and move my hips, that's probably as much movement as I could get. And so if you keep that in mind, and you keep that in mind with the relationships of everything else, then you'll have a much easier time sort of tracking things. Because there's only so much a joint can move. So if you memorize how much a joint can move, or just feel it out, you know, if you're drawing something and you're like, I don't know how much this would move, why don't you just do the position and then see, does this hip feel higher? Does this hip feel lower? All this stuff. It'll help, you know? Okay, I'm just cleaning this up now. I'm gonna add a little rotation to the head, just because it's gonna be a little bit more interesting. I'm gonna do a little cleanup here. Still don't really like these lines. I could do better. I'm gonna reduce the opacity on my guide. Just a little too strong still. Okay. That head's too wide. Gonna narrow it in just a little bit. And the way I'm checking my corners here is I'm just making sure that this is a 90-degree angle in perspective. That's all. You know? If you could track that, you're always going to have your angles relatively good. The cube, you know? So that's what I'm checking. Like, if I did the line like this, that's a much larger angle than 90 degrees. But if I do something like this, it's 90 degrees. Still think this side of the head is a little too large. I have a bad habit of drawing heads kind of small, though, so I'm also trying to compensate for that a bit. And then once I clean this guy up, I think I'm probably going to wrap up stream. Oh. You're heading off? Once I'm done cleaning this guy up, so maybe another 20 minutes or so. Another thing to say is if people want to catch the next stream, which is going to be next Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So this is the last stream this week, and then we're hopping into next week. But if you want to catch the next stream, make sure you join the Discord. Our Discord's right here. Also, if you want feedback on your work, if you ever draw something and you want critiques live on stream, you can always post to the critique channel. If I'm live, you're in chat, and you ask me for a critique, I'll more than likely do it, depending on the mood, obviously. Sometimes I'm focusing in on stuff, and I'll just be like, maybe in a bit, but... The way you get the live notifications is you go into the rules channel, and you toggle on the live notification role. It's a little purple react button, and then that'll give you live notifications. And the neck's kind of in a weird spot here. It needs to be a little bit more central. And I think it's just because I actually shrunk the head too much. Or I raised the head a little too much. It's really important to like use different features of the body to orient yourself, because it's very easy for your brain to just like trick you into doing something incorrectly. If I wanted to make this more interesting, what I would do is I would rotate the hips and the pelvis in perspective. I just kind of want a basic pose right now. I don't want anything too complicated, which is why I'm not doing that, but... make the pelvis a little more narrow. Bro's rocking that tutu. He sure is. Okay, track my position here. Space. Boom, boom, boom. Bring this box in a little bit. I'm just kind of tweaking proportions here until I'm a little happier with how it looks. I think the hips need to come back more, honestly. This whole, like, box region, I think needs to come back more. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, Cossie. How you doing, dude? Been a minute. How's life? This ball is, like, too small. Can't deny with her. Out of curiosity, do you have any other large artists whose art you consume? Yeah, for sure, dude. Lots of them. EO58, Sung Moo Ho. Those are kind of my big ones these days. Mostly Sung Moo Ho these days. EO58, probably like a year ago. Just bring that hip back. I am gonna add a rotation of the hip. Fuck it. I've been hella busy, but I've been lurking always. Always. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks, man. How's the social media journey going? I see you post reels all the time. I gave up, as you could tell. I just got tired of it. I see, I haven't heard of them, sadly. You're missing out, bro. I'm gonna move this leg out. It just feels like it's a little off balance. I can get... Sung Moo Ho is spelled like this. I would check out his Instagram. He's fantastic. EO58 does not have social media. He is on YouTube. But he goes under 58MW, I think. Oh, fuck. I'll leave that up, actually. I don't need to delete that. Into you. It just feels a little incorrect placement-wise. It could be that this leg's too far out. I'm gonna have to rework it, I think. I'm probably not gonna do that today. Oh no, another raid. We're about to leave. Oh, Ado, how's it going, dude? You caught me at the end of my stream. I'm actually about to, like, raid out soon. But if you want to share anything before I go, you're more than welcome to. I brought a friend? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Bring them all. If you want to share anything before I dip, you're more than welcome to. Let's give you a little showcase, if you want. Up to you. I'll give you a little shout out, too. Shout out. Ado Lawn _ Squeaks. Subnautica 2. Oh, okay, you're just playing, you were just gaming. Gotcha. Out of curiosity, is this a fully made character or a nameless one? This one? No, it's just mannequin. Just a generic mannequin. Just for practice. It's a very difficult thing to draw in this perspective for me. So that's sort of what I'm struggling with here. Might have made his ass too fat there. Ah, fuck. Yeah, it does look better when it's a little more below. My mind. I'm not there, I'm just a little out there. I know right now you don't care. In a while, maybe then you'll see a different side of me. I'm just a little bit, I know. Right now, you don't care. All right, I'd be famished, matey. I may go get some sustenance, dude. Yeah, go do your thing, Doug. I'm about to raid out anyway, so we're gonna get the hell out of here. Let's see who we can raid. Oh, you know what? Cassie's live. We'll raid into Cassie, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Raid. Then we'll do Cassie. Draws. Set up the raid, and with that, you guys know the deal. If you want to catch me next time, we're going to be live on Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to get a live notification, make sure you join the Discord, go into the rules section, toggle on the live notification rule. It's a little purple react button in there. And then, what the fuck was I going to say? If you want feedback on your work, make sure you post in the critiques channel. And if I'm live and you're in chat and I'm in the mood, I'll give you some feedback on your work. That's it. Thank you guys. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.